Welcome into the City League Live. My name is Andrew Garrison. Alongside me is Noah Bedoris here for a great slate of 4 games this Thursday evening. We start with Everwise Credit Union and Indy Black Professionals. It should be a great time, Noah. The playoffs are creeping ever closer here at the City League, and this is one of the most meaningful matchups in the Queens of the Court division to that postseason seeding. What are you looking for tonight between these two teams on this great Thursday evening in Indianapolis?
Yeah, this is just a great, tip-off game for this night of basketball. Lots of college experience between these two teams. Both teams at 3-1, as you kind of alluded to. Definitely some playoff implications in this ball game. Looking forward to a good one.
Absolutely. Jenna Sullivan has it on the left wing, and quickly slashing to the basket is this Indy Black Professionals team, which we know is known for playing urgently with Portia Green on the floor. Now it's Smith on the left wing for Everwise Credit Union, back up to Shikamba. And Shikamba will feed her postman inside. And a quick scuffle for the basketball. Now we're back in the other direction. To be stolen away by Smith and Everwise Credit Union. Sloppy start for both sides, both trying to find their groove early, and there's a great example.
Yeah, I think both teams really need to start to slow this down. I mean, you get real excited. You kind of get, that anxiety going into a game. But you just got to take a breath, especially at this point. We're seeing a lot of turnovers early, only a couple of points on the board between the two teams. And we're seeing this right now with Everwise. Slow down, get your offensive footing set, and that's when you score some points.
This Everwise backcourt should be fantastic in the half court, considering that even on the floor right now, right, with Shikamba and the Smith sisters, you have the U-Indy backcourt and the IU-Indy backcourt on this team, in the Smith sisters, Shikamba, and Rucker. So they should be able to slow this one down and win in the half court, even though IBP has great interior defense. There's a nice triple for Indy Black Professionals. That one, well done by Tasha January.
And I was just going to mention that you talked about the interior defense from IBP. That's really where they're thriving so far. Is that as soon as an entry pass comes in on the block, you're seeing a double team immediately, and they're shutting down any sort of threat to some post play.
And that's how, these two teams played in week 1, and IBP won big. And a part of the reason of that was because they walled off the interior, and then Everwise didn't make the shots on the other side. That shot clock violation is going to hurt as Smith couldn't quite get it off in time.
Yeah, and part of that win a few weeks ago for IBP, in my opinion, was just their dispersion of the basketball. We saw, I believe, 4 players in double digits that night. It really was not a one-player show, and that's really where they've strived so far this year, is just their ability to share the ball.
63-44, the final score that time. 5-0, the score at the moment here at the City League.
And that's the first time they didn't bring any help defense in the post, and you see a couple of points come out of it.
You make a good point. There's a foul inside this time as Indy Black Professionals seeks another offensive opportunity. Both of these teams are 3-1. They're tied with Elevate Indianapolis at the top of the women's division. This is one of those most meaningful matchups to which two teams out of the 6 are going to have a bye in the playoffs, which will come up on August 1st and 2nd. Portia Green with a triple. That one's off the back iron. And here's that steal in transition from IBP, and that's where they can really make teams hurt, particularly this Everwise Credit Union squad, if we look back to this matchup from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Everwise is a team that is not going to score a whole lot of points on a consistent basis, and so they're really going to have to show up defensively tonight if they're going to want to hang with IBP.
McDowell blocked by Sullivan, and now Portia Green will marshal the basketball across the timeline. She finds January. Back to Sullivan. Is she hot tonight? Not quite. That one airballs to be rebounded by IBP, but not for long. It's now Everwise in transition, and Shinkaba putting it off the glass and through.
And just like that, it's a one-possession game, and you feel like IBP's kind of been dominating throughout this first quarter, but only a 3-point difference right now.
Absolutely. This Everwise backcourt also extremely dangerous. The Smith sisters dominated the City League on that area of the floor on defense last year. That's a miss from Bree Arnold. Now here's Haley Smith with it. Up to Thomas. Looking to play off the double screen. She does. Dumps it back off to Smith. Beautiful pick and roll action. That's 2 more for Everwise.
And that's called making adjustments, Andrew. If you try to establish a post game and it doesn't work, you try something else. And right now we're seeing some success from Everwise offensively.
There's that interior defense, and then Everwise exploiting it and finding another way, just as you mentioned. Here's Arnold now on the right wing. Green looks for the basketball, and again, that backcourt defense from Everwise. Destiny Thomas wanted that one to be out of bounds. The ball won't lie, though. That shot to beat the shot clock violation turns out to bounce off the front of the rim to be rebounded by Everwise. Thomas left wing, working inside. Back up to Smith. Smith to Shikamba. She thinks about a 3, now fires the second time. That one's just off the front of the rim. Jenna Sullivan in the interior with the rebound. Here's Portia Green's urgency. Flicks it back out to January. Green surveys her options. She's the leader of this team for a reason.
Yeah, Green, a Ball State alum, averaged almost 11 points per game there.
She takes it herself but doesn't get the call, so Everwise in transition yet again. It's Smith off the glass and through. Sullivan now back the other way in transition herself. She's 0 for 2 from 3 now tonight. She wants another chance. Instead, Arnold finds Green. Back to Arnold. Arnold's triple meets a similar fate. Rebounded by Everwise.
Somebody's got to knock one down eventually.
And McDowell now with the putback. It's going to be a real battle between McDowell and Sullivan for control over the front court. That's an interesting microcosm of this matchup to look out for.
And that's always an extra element in women's basketball, is that height advantage really goes a lot farther compared to the men's game. And so the use of these two bigs is definitely going to be interesting to see tonight.
And Sullivan finally knocks it down. Her scoring comes in avalanches most nights. She could go 0 for 8, or she could hit 1 and go 4 for 8. Smith responds, and she points a finger gun right back at her adversary. Fireworks early.
Yeah, a couple of 3-1 teams. Are you not entertained by this first quarter?
Another air ball from Sullivan. She rolls her eyes and moans in disgust. Here's the Smith sisters passing the basketball between one another. Over to Shikamba, mid-range jumper. It was a pretty shot, but it doesn't fall. Up comes Green now, rumbling to the rim. She's blocked, but a foul called on Shikamba. Who's going to come out on top in this one, Noah? Between these two teams, both 3-1, IBP with a massive win by nearly 20 points over Everwise in Week 1. Obviously, both teams have learned and grown since then. Who's coming out this time?
You know what? I think it's too early to say, but I really am impressed with the way that Everwise has already found ways to adjust, especially offensively. I think that if they can continue to outthink their opponent, they're going to find ways to score and find ways to win tonight.
Make a good point. Green continues to find success from the free throw line. About 2 minutes left on the running clock here in the first quarter at the City League. It's now 13-12 as Everwise Credit Union seeks an expansion of its lead. Here's the triple try. That one falls. It's Terrell knocking it down for Everwise. Green now at the top of the key, closely guarded by Terrell. Terrell stymies Green. And now January works downhill. And there's some strong defense in the half court by Everwise yet again. It's a kickball violation, so it'll stay with IBP. But Everwise doing a great job on that end of the floor by my estimation.
Yeah, IBP is going to have to find another way to score besides Portia Green right now. When you have Jenna Sullivan on the bench, you can't let Portia Green do it herself every single time. And she makes good passes, she makes good moves to get people open, but you got to find some help for the captain.
Portia Green is the engine, but under 10 points per game now. She comes off the bench. 39 years old. And there's some points from another location for IBP. That was Pride. Everwise seeks a response.
Oh.
A tricky move, but an air ball for the payoff. What'd you see there?
I thought that was a travel, and so did a lot of these fans here.
I suppose the ball continues to tell the truth. There's another whistle. There's 25 seconds left on the running clock here in the first quarter. Terrell's going to pass it in. We'll see if Everwise can hold for the final possession. 16-14 is the Everwise lead as they seek revenge.
Yeah, and with a lead, why not hold for the last shot?
With this backcourt especially, why not hold for the last shot? Here's Smith working inside to the mid-range, out to Shikamba in the left corner. And Shikamba will fire a contested triple. Not sure if Bree Arnold got a hand on it, but it's far astray either way. And Everwise will maintain a 16-14 lead heading into the initial break. Noe, we've had some fun so far. What have you seen, and what are the keys to the second quarter?
Yeah, I like the pace that both these teams are playing with. It's been a very fun, very exciting first quarter so far. I'd like to see how – I've talked about Everwise making adjustments. I'm interested to see what kind of changes they'll make now that they're playing from ahead. I mean, they started this game kind of in an offensive drought. IBP really took over defensively. Now that Everwise is in front, how do they maintain a lead?
That's a great point. And again, Everwise has found some success in navigating this IVP defense, which has been awesome. And another important note that I think has gone underappreciated so far is that Everwise, to some degree, has the rest advantage. We saw this game, the start of this game was delayed a bit because IVP didn't have 5 players for a while.
Yeah.
Looks like I count 7. So they're in a better place now, and Everwise will have a slight advantage in that category. I guess they have 7 too, as far as I can count.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm making a moot point. But either way, this Everwise team is playing well.
In this situation, it apparently doesn't matter, but I totally agree that in this league, depth is one of your best friends, and the ability to bring 3 or 4 people off the bench helps you so much, especially when you get down into the nitty-gritty of these sort of ball games.
Absolutely. We saw a couple teams last night even. There was a rest advantage. I mean, even in the women's division, the one game in the women's division last night between NBA Matthews and Elevate Indianapolis, NBA Matthews had a chance to spring the upset, but weren't playing with quite enough quantity in order to keep up that pace.
Especially because it helps you maintain your game. I mean, if you're IBP and you're running part of your offense through Jenna Sullivan, who is your big, what do you do when you have to sit her and there's nobody quite of her caliber that you can plug into that position? You got to change how you play.
Absolutely. In many cases, because there's no one to plug in that position when some teams play with 5. There's the triple try for Everwise. Rebounded by January, working back across the timeline. Finds Bree Arnold in transition. No foul call that time. I didn't get a good view of it.
I thought it was all ball. I thought it was all ball.
Looks like our friend Ref Rob agreed, and there wasn't much dispute to that one. There were bodies in the way. Couldn't quite tell.
Andrew, I'm not usually starstruck, but Ref Rob is here tonight, and gotta tell you, I'm a little intimidated.
I was too the first time I saw him, I must admit.
It's the kind of guy you do not argue calls with.
No doubt. Here's Portia Green at the top of the key. Terrell with some strong defense, so Green will kick it back out to January once again. Again, no foul. They say all ball. January holds her head, but in transition, Everwise capitalizes.
Yeah, if you're Everwise, we're talking about, rest and you're using your bench. If you're Everwise right now, you got to keep your foot on the gas, because if you can exhaust this IBP roster, really make them use their bench, really make them tired, you can really control this game.
Absolutely. And again, Green likes to play with pace, and it's part of what makes IBP so difficult to really contest, because Green's always looking ahead for that go-ahead pass in transition, always looking to play strong defense, looking for success on every possession. Arnold is just short, so Shikamba will again come up with the rebounds and work in the opposite direction for Everwise. Does not continue the string of consecutive buckets, and instead it's IBP working back the other way, off the glass and off the mark, and we'll head back in the other direction. It's a track meet in the second quarter at the Bonner Fitness and Learning Center. There's Terrell, right wing. She fires. She can be dangerous if she gets hot from 3, but misfires off the back of the rim that time. And now IBP back in the other direction. It's a foul on the way up, and that'll be 2 shots for Indy Black Professionals, who's looking to put some scoring on the board. It's been a while since IBP has really strung together some positive possessions.
Yeah, we saw them really jump out of that hot start at the beginning of the night, but like you said, they've really slowed down. They're kind of just sluggish right now. They're trying to push pace, but you can make as many good moves as you want if you cannot get the finish.
And Everwise is making it difficult. Again, this backcourt defense is outrageous. The Smith sisters for Sentier Bank, the core of Everwise Credit Union, was on that Sentier Bank team that was 7-0 before losing in the championship game to Horizon League last year. It looked like Sentier Bank was going to dominate the entire league, and it did for every single night of the league until, of course, the pivotal, most meaningful championship night. But the Smith sisters just in the backcourt, steal after steal. The second a team crosses the timeline, the second a point guard crosses the timeline, they're in danger of having their pass stolen.
Yeah, I mean,
nice triple there for Everwise, and that'll really help extend that lead, continuing to put pressure on IBP.
and it's sort of like, if you've seen that TJ McConnell interview where he says, I believe that playing hard is a skill. Simply, having that head full of steam and the ability to go out of your comfort zone in terms of what you can do is a skill that we see in these Smith sisters.
And if you want evidence of that, look at the Smith sisters who start in the backcourt for IU Indy. And, I mean, the one IU Indy basketball game on the women's side that I watched last year was against Northwestern, but they lost by just one and really had a chance to knock off the Big Ten program in that game. 21-17 now the score. And there's another foul. It'll be an offensive foul that time, and that doesn't help either. And those are the type of plays that certainly Portia Green doesn't appreciate, especially when she's watching along from the bench.
Yeah, you can't let that happen. If you're trying to get yourself back in the game, it's only a 4-point ball game at the moment, but the way that IBP is playing, they need to string together some buckets. A couple of lights went out in the building.
Happens about this time. I think maybe they're like motion censored with the light outside. I think
that's possible.
I think that's a little bit common. Not sure who we can ask. Here's another long mid-range from Everwise. Rebounded by IBP. January working in the other direction. Coast to coast, all the way up, under, and through. Received some applause from Green on the bench. Well done by her. Smith feeds her teammate in Rucker, and Rucker can't quite finish, but Terrell is there for the kick-out triple. That one's off the mark as well. And this pass in transition is a little bit too strong for January. It falls out of bounds helplessly.
Yeah, and those are upsetting possessions right there when you just waste your turn with the basketball. As Portia Green checks back in. Can't let that happen if you're playing from behind.
Absolutely. Here's Thomas crossing the timeline now. We saw Green check back in. Again, she comes off the bench most games for IBP. Started tonight because of the amount of players that they had on the floor at the beginning of the game. Or in the gym, really, at the beginning of the game. Now Green will feed her teammate inside. And that'll be out of bounds. It'll stay with IBP, though. That was Pride with the basketball just now. Everwise knocked it away.
Yeah, I'm impressed so far with how these two teams are keeping pace with each other. We saw this a couple weeks ago when Everwise played Ursay YMCA, where they stayed very close for the first quarter, and then once we started to get kind of in the second half of the second quarter, and then especially in the second half, Everwise just took over. So I'm really interested to see how these teams kind of, go back and forth throwing punches with each other, because they're both very talented, but sometimes you just figure something out and you can go on a run, and it really puts you in a place for the rest of the night.
Absolutely. Here's Smith at the free throw line for Everwise. This isn't all the women's action we have here tonight. We'll see Ursay YMCA and Horizon League a little bit later on. That'll be right after this one. Should be another great matchup between two teams that are fighting for playoff positioning.
And plenty of Division I college experience in that game as well.
It's a stacked and star-studded women's division this time around. And it's so much parity, too. I know. It was stacked last year, but a lot of those great players were on Sentier Bank. And that's why they went undefeated through the regular season.
I mean, Horizon League has a losing record right now, and you don't look at that roster and say that team's going to be 1-3 after their first 4 games.
Two-time defending champions as well.
Yeah.
Got another whistle on the other end, so it'll be free throws for IBP. It's Pride who will take these shots. We see Green directing traffic. She's looking for another title at the City League, and I think this is her best chance, so much so that I think Indy Black Professionals will win the championship by the time we get to that point in August. August 5th, championship night on both the men's and women's sides.
That's a bold on-air prediction you're spewing.
I don't think it's that bold. I really don't.
I don't think it is either, but you got to be pretty confident if you're going to predict a champion.
With this much parity, you're absolutely right. I'll explain myself at the next break, but here's Everwise Credit Union underneath. McDowell can't quite put the putback through. So IBP will push the pace in transition, and here's a real opportunity. They're down by just 2. That turnover doesn't help. Here's Smith on the left wing. She runs out of room, doesn't have numbers. She kicks it out to her teammate, who knocks down the triple. It was Mills, and now Sullivan misses off the back rim, now rebounded by Smith. Smith beats Terrell in transition. She had an open layup, but she gave it back up. Mills off the mark, and it's out of bounds. It'll stay with Everwise. Back and forth we go inside Bonner Fitness and Learning Center.
It does look like, to make a correction from earlier, Everwise does carry one more player on the bench than IPP does. We'll see how they can use that to their advantage.
It must have been hiding from me.
Yeah.
Here's Smith on the inbound.
No.
It's way into the backcourt, but her sister is who finds it, not for long. IBP has an advantage here. But a missed layup that time is going to really hurt the effort for IBP. It was A.D. Williams who missed it. But Green is right there for the follow. Green doesn't allow mistakes like that to punish her team for too long. That time, she puts up the second chance opportunity. McDowell misses once again. It's a battle between her and Sullivan in the front court, but both have taken plenty of shots from outside. Less than a minute to go in the first half. Green feeds Pride, and Pride up under and through. Pride, an underrated influence on the results of this one, especially if IBP ends up winning.
Yeah, she's already had a very solid night, just finding her way to the rim or to the free throw line. She's been able to really tally some secret points tonight, some unexpected points, if you will.
Smith missed the triple, and then it fell out of bounds, but it will stay with Everwise. And considering the running clock, they'll have a real chance to hold for the final shot here and keep the lead. Smith goes inside to Thomas. Now Thomas lost it into McDowell. Can McDowell back down Sullivan? She doesn't try. She finds Smith. Back to McDowell on the give and go. And a shot clock violation as it's slapped away from McDowell. She just couldn't quite find the shot. What went wrong on that possession?
You cannot test the IBP interior defense if you are Everwise tonight. There should not be a situation where you say, we're going to give our center an isolation in the post and trust that they're going to be able to get it done. Not to say that Everwise doesn't have the talent in McDowell, but just simply the scheming by the Indy Black professionals just outmatches anything that you can do offensively.
Absolutely. We got a timeout call just then. There'll be 10 seconds left before.
So you're really high on IBP right now as a champion. What are you liking from their response right now? I mean, they kind of played a sluggish second quarter, but they've really turned it on in the past couple minutes. What kind of confidence does this give you in just the makeup of this team?
There are some teams at the City League who melt down, and 3 mistakes in a row ends the game because these games are quick. It's a running clock. You miss a few shots. You have a few bad turnovers. You get in your head about it. It's just not the way Portia Green plays, and I really do think that her leadership style and her play style and her mindset is infectious and spreads to the rest of this roster. And I think that's a part of why this team feels like it's just playing as an extension of Green, and that's why her being on the roster is so important, even if she's not playing with as many minutes as she did in past years at the City League. Sullivan's putback doesn't quite go. And IBP will not have the lead heading into the half, but have plenty to look back upon and learn from as these teams are dead even so far. Everwise with a 1-point lead, leading 26-25, entering the halftime break. Noah, any thoughts on the first half before we head into the break?
We got a good one right now. I really believe these teams will keep this up in the second half. I don't think that we're going to see any sort of slumpage when we get into this third and fourth quarter. I'm excited to see how it ends. We've been saying it all night. This game has some serious postseason intentions, and I'm excited.
Very much so. We'll take a quick break, be back in about 4.5 minutes for the start of the second half between IBP and Everwise Credit Union here on the City League Live. Stick with us. Welcome back to the City League Live. It's second half action between Everwise Credit Union and Indy Black Professionals. Everwise has the basketball with a 1-point lead after Indy Black Professionals spoiled an opportunity to retake that lead late in the first half. Everwise doesn't score on this possession, though, and now it's January working across the timeline. She finds Pride at the top of the key, who rumbles to the rim, slithers and snakes to the cup. It's up, under, and off the mark. Everwise now back in the other direction, and Smith is off the glass and through. Here's Portia Green now. Operating with pace and urgency. She finds Arnold on the right wing. Feeds it inside to January. Now Sullivan. Sullivan, left wing triple. She hit one earlier. Doesn't hit one this time. She still awaits her first three of the second half.
Yeah, she's got a nice looking shot. It's just a matter of aiming it up.
There's Thomas off the back iron. Rebounded by January. Working across the timeline now. Surveying her options. Nice behind the back move. Works past Thomas. Whips it to Arnold. She hits the floor. Arnold, just misfires. Green thought about it. And now Sullivan on the right corner. Misses again. 0 for 2 this half. Back out to January. Still offensive rebounds for IBP. Not for long. It's Shikamba, and she gets fouled hard.
Yeah, they're hitting the deck hard tonight, especially in that possession. You might call that setting the tone in hockey. I know obviously it's not intentional, but it's going to be a matter of who can just out-muscle each other, who can out-hustle, and who can, keep the wind long enough. We're already seeing a very tight third quarter.
This one's going to come down to the Elam ending, almost undoubtedly, and it's going to be a true battle in that moment. Thomas with a triple. She was uncontested for a moment. She took her chance. The shots aren't quite falling here tonight in the early game at the City League. Green hasn't taken many, which has surprised me, and I'm interested to see if that number increases in terms of her shot attempts as the game progresses. Here's Pride working inside, up under, and good. She's been great in that sequence.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're talking about shooting from the IBP team. We really have not seen a whole lot of three-pointers taken outside of Jenna Sullivan. And we know that there are shooters on this squad. It's just a matter of getting them open and giving them the opportunity. And that's a heck of a block there on the other end by Everwise.
It was a great look by Pride, and she is certainly in a groove. That was a great defensive moment from Everwise, and then transitioning into offense on the other side. Smith flexes and shouts at her defender. The Smith sisters are doing a great job keeping this lead for Everwise.
Moves and counter moves tonight. And there's some extra contact there on the entry pass.
Yeah, January was looking for a teammate. It ended up being a foul. Destiny Thomas is who was hit with the foul as Deja Cyrus was impeded on her way to receiving that pass. Now here's Pride, the hot hand there on the left corner. She works inside. There's a mid-range shot, no call, some contact. January passes up the mid-range, takes her second opportunity, which also falls a miss, and it's out of bounds, but it'll stay with IBP. So IBP's done a great job maintaining and extending these possessions with those offensive rebounds.
Yeah, sometimes they're just a little too reckless for my taste. I mean, we just saw that with the Pride possession where, she draws the contact, but it's not called because it's mostly her fault.
And a couple opportunities that IBP has simply passed up in terms of open shots or chances to potentially create something for oneself. It's almost like they prioritize ball movement so much that sometimes the best shots are your own shots. And they're not quite taken as many times as they could be for IBP. At least that's my perception of this situation.
It almost feels like that IBP has a set player in mind. We're going to give them this possession. And so you make good passes, you find your man, and then once she has the ball, it's up to her to make the shot. You know what I'm saying? Like it's good passes, but it's not always the right passes or the right decisions.
And the scheme is great, and that ball movement is great, but Everwise also defending super well. You always have a plan until you're punched in the mouth, and this time for IBP, it's a little wobbly, but considering what happened a few weeks ago, Everwise is certainly performing very, very well and showing great growth and improvement over the course of this season.
We got a full-on line change coming in for Everwise.
There's that benefit of the depth.
Get some fresh legs out there. And with Jenna Sullivan on the bench, why not pull your center?
Absolutely. Small ball for both sides. Halfway through the third quarter. Smith to Shikamba. IU Indy to U Indy in terms of starting backcourt representation. And a shot clock violation. Shikamba couldn't quite get it off, and you had to have known that she was going to make that one if she had another second.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams are kind of forgetting there's a shot clock tonight. I feel like there's been multiple situations on both ends where the clock expires and neither team really has even an open shot at that point.
It's a much more prevalent aspect of the City League than it's sometimes known to be. Arnold misfires on the layup. Cyrus puts it back up and through. Well done by IBP. Second chance opportunities keeping them in this game.
Yeah, in a league like this, fundamentals like rebounding are what's going to keep you in the game.
Smith's off the back of the rim to be rebounded by January. January pushes the pace across the timeline. Can she go coast to coast again? Not quite the first time. The second opportunity is also off the mark. And there'll be a whistle on the floor. Noah, did you see the call? There was another official in my way.
I also did not get a good look at the call.
I guess we are sitting very close to each other and have a very similar view.
We
so
do.
I put you on the spot unfairly there. Here's IBP with the inbounds, and that one's off the glass and through for Pride. She's been so great between the blocks tonight.
You know, this is a kind of game where it'd be nice to have somebody on the sidelines that we could just call in and give us some scoop on a foul.
It would indeed. Here's Everwise, top of the key. Here's a triple try. That one's cashed once again. Well done. That's Mills with another one. Everwise with a 1-point lead once again, but here's Pride between the blocks. She falls. Perhaps some contact influenced her fate on that possession.
You know, I wish we had live stats for games like this because I really am curious about how many lead changes we've had in this game. I mean, I'm sure you would agree it has been an absolute back-and-forth contest tonight. Both teams probably have had 3 or 4 leads each at this point. So that foul's on the floor.
Good eye.
Thank you. I saw him do the finger.
Very good at that, Rip
Yeah,
Rob.
he is.
Very good at everything when it comes to officiating basketball games, as far as I can tell. Here's Green inbounding the basketball, and that's a hard fall for Shikamba. They'll send it back the other way. Offensive foul. Ref Rob confident about that one. IBP, though, detests the call.
A play happened right before I could call him the LeBron of Tony Brothers'.
I hope someone in the audience appreciates that.
I'm sure somebody does.
Here's Smith with a triple try from long range. Got it, and finger guns once again. The confidence out of the Smith sisters is continuously entertaining night after night, especially when this team is succeeding as it is tonight, but Deja Cyrus responds between the blocks.
And that's what's going to happen when both teams have their centers on the bench, is you let Cyrus kind of take over in that power forward position, and she really has no contender at that point.
There's another triple try from Mills. That one's off the back of the rim to be rebounded by Cyrus. Now Green pushes the pace. Looking for the interior. Cyrus once again. 2 identical possessions. Pride puts it back up. No call. Those were the 2 best looks between the blocks IBP could have gotten on that possession. And Everwise throws it away, so they'll have a second chance.
Man, how is this game going to end? I mean, it's been 3 excellent quarters so far. Both these teams really, you don't want to say playing their best because we have seen some sloppy offense, some bad passes, some missed shots, but they're really playing as hard as 2 teams can play each other.
Green just misses on the triple. That was a good look and one of her first few true shot attempts from long range tonight. Here's Smith on the left wing. She finds Shikamba. Working inside, loses the basketball on the way. January touches it before it goes out of bounds. It'll stay with Everwise. She had a chance, but couldn't quite convert that opportunity.
Yeah, clock under a minute now. We'll see how many more possessions we can squeeze out of this third quarter lemon.
I like that phrase. Here's Everwise with the basketball. The right wing, another triple try. Contested by Green. That one air balls. Terrell looks to preserve the possession, but instead it's IBP working back in the other direction. And A.D. Williams now misfiring off the back of the rim. Tries to grab her own rebounds. There's a scramble for it. It'll head to Everwise. 25 seconds left. They have a distinct numbers advantage. It's 5-on-3. And here's the triple try from Mills. Rucker that time, just off the mark. And a tough fall for January. She's still down here at the end of the third quarter. And that might be worth stopping the contest. It's exactly what happens. We will take a quick break here on the City League Live to pause with this injury situation. Tasha January is now on the sideline, helped off by some teammates and fans. We certainly send her our very best wishes.
Yeah, that's a massive subtraction from this IBP team. We've talked about how important depth is. January also a player who, in my opinion, had the most complete game last time these two teams played each other. She had 14, 8, and 6 to go along with a block. Obviously hope that she recovers for her own health, but you also just hate to see it from a basketball standpoint.
Absolutely. IBP throws it out of bounds, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. And there are some disputes about the situation. Portia Green suggesting something about the clock.
What did I say? You don't argue calls with Ref Rob. What are we doing?
Green's competitiveness is a sight to behold. Portia Green and Greg Foster I would compare on the men's side and the women's side here at the City League. It's like she accepts her fate.
3 seconds are on the clock here in the building.
So the argument here, it should be a running. I believe the quarter's over. The argument here from Green is that the ball never entered play, so the 4 seconds should stay up. But Sullivan did hit it out of bounds, and even though she hit it out of bounds and there was only 1 second that had passed, even when there's 3 seconds left on the clock and the ball's out of bounds, instead of stopping it like normal, there's a running clock. And so it's unfortunate, but those 3 seconds pass. It should be a catch-and-shoot situation, and that's all it is. There's nothing else this team can really do. That's been something that has come up at the City League a lot this summer, where those final possessions are tricky because if a player on the other side can just throw the ball out of bounds on purpose, and the game is in the quarter or the half is over, right? Or kick the ball on purpose. There's not enough time to inbound it again. It is what it is.
It's the old story of the Milan Indians game winner that eventually turned into the movie Hoosiers, where you find out later that Jimmy Chitwood, who was actually Bobby Plump, really held the ball for about 2 minutes straight because there just wasn't a shot clock, as there still isn't, still in high school basketball.
Yeah, it's a good rule because it ensures that all these games can progress on time. And on a night like this, where you have 4 great contests, and it's currently 6:50, there's 10 minutes on the clock for the fourth quarter, although, of course, there's the Elam ending. It's great to keep these going, but sometimes it does play a factor. And in a game like this, both of these teams are certainly looking for every advantage they could possibly find. Let's get a prediction update from as we enter the fourth quarter. Who's coming out of this one? Everwise leads 36-34.
Oh, I really hate to say it, but the injury is going to kill IBP, I think, in this quarter. I really think that Everwise can capitalize on just the manpower here with this final 10 minutes.
Everwise had a 1-player advantage. Now it's a 2-player advantage, unless January can come back in. The fourth quarter begins between Everwise and IBP. Here's Green with it. The left elbow, she's fine. Sullivan, that one looks good, but it's just off the front of the rim. If she gets hot, it completely flips IBP's chances. And now Smith works inside and is fouled by Sullivan. So she'll head to the line.
Yeah, we'll see how long IBP keeps Jenna Sullivan in this game, because despite her usage, she's kind of had a short leash so far tonight. I feel like you would agree. I feel like either she's shooting the ball or she's on the bench. As Jack Rizzo in the comments says, going to be a great finish. And he says, great duo on the air tonight. Well, thank you to our good friend Jack Rizzo.
Absolutely. Indiana University legend right there. If you're interested in IU soccer in any capacity, he's certainly got your coverage in a variety of different ways. And IU football as well. Here's Everwise with it. And about 9 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. Is a long mid-range jumper. It's just off the mark, and now we'll see the second chance opportunity also fall astray. Green with the rebound. She's double-teamed. Someone's got to be open. She finds Cyrus, and Cyrus now finds that go-ahead pass. That's what we're talking about in transition, that pace. Sullivan for the payoff. Got it! Big-time triple for Jenna Sullivan. She's been waiting on that one.
Yeah, what a time to nail a very important three from Jenna Sullivan. Keep them coming. You're going to be very important these last few minutes.
And sometimes it's an avalanche for her, for any basketball player. Once you start seeing it fall,
and she follows
it simply
up
continues.
Some great offense with some great defense. A block over McDowell in the post.
Here's Everwise there in the right corner. Rebound by Green. Green tosses it inside with an entry pass. It'll be out of bounds off an Everwise defender who swatted it away. So Sullivan will prepare to inbound. And remember, at 4 minutes left, the first dead ball after we hit 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter will add 9 points to the leading team's score. And via the Elam ending, the two teams will race to that target score for victory.
And the way we're at right now, it might just be a race to 9 with how many tied games or tied scores we've had so far this evening.
Absolutely. Here's Green working inside after receiving the inbound pass, and she's again stymied by this Everwise defense that has performed very, very well tonight. McDowell at the top of the key. Sets a screen for Smith. Smith thinks about a long-range triple, instead passes it off, and Sullivan commits another foul, and this is the part where I wish that we had live stats because I wonder how many she has at this point.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I only say that because there were two in quick succession, and certainly for IBP, with the injury, you'd worry about someone somewhere fouling out.
Yeah, the only bright
I'm sure
side,
it will be fine, though. We're not close to the end of the game.
Yeah, so the only bright side of this is that you only have, 3 minutes to play and then the continuation rules. And so the injury to IBP is going to hurt them, but it's not going to, cripple you for the rest of the game.
And with this running clock, these free throws are critical for both sides. But you're right. I'm sure whatever the score is, it will be a one-possession contest. Both teams fighting for 3 or 4 possessions of success
Those
in the
lights
Elam
just
ending.
came back on.
Interesting. I must have been incorrect about the motion sensors.
Or
the light sensors.
Might have got brighter outside.
That's true. Some slight cloudage outside. 37-38 the score. IBP squanders a possession. Everwise looks to extend the lead previously set via the free throw line. McDowell sets a screen for Smith once again. Again, she passes up the dribble. Rumbles inside. Breaks through that IBP interior defense, but the contest is strong enough from Pride to prevent the shot from falling. Sullivan out. Fires once again just off the back rim.
And see, I don't understand that. I mean, I know that Sullivan likes to take her threes, but you get a long rebound, you're on an advantage, and you're the tallest player out there. Go to the rim.
It's a huge steal from Williams, and she takes it coast to coast. That'll redeem what could be argued as a mental mistake, at least by you, Noah.
Ooh.
39-38, a hard foul. What'd you see? I was looking at the scoreboard.
That was all elbows right there. Definitely not intentional, but certainly not a comfortable foul to receive. But as you said, this foul total keeps climbing here for Jenna Sullivan, a very important player to this IBP squad.
So it's at least 3. But again, we're about to enter the Elam ending. It may not be an issue. But it's all fun and games till it's not.
Yeah. It's all fun and games till one team has a center and the other one doesn't.
It's true, especially considering the depth disadvantage that IBP is already at.
Yeah.
January is still on the bench. Still in the building. That's a good sign. Smith misses the second free throw, but an offensive rebound for Everwise allows this team to take a one-possession lead. It's a game of possessions now. Stolen away. Well done by Cyrus. Green pushes the pace in the other direction. Does Arnold make the three? No, she doesn't go for it. She takes the shot fake and then rumbles inside. She draws a whistle, adding a foul to the Everwise tally, and now perhaps running out the clock even further, giving IBP a chance to, against all odds, have the lead heading into the Elam ending.
So if these free throws take 18 more seconds, and it's still a dead ball under 4 minutes. Does this count as that dead ball, or do we need to wait one more?
No, because that allows players to stall at the free throw line.
Okay.
So it'll be the next dead ball, regardless of when these free throws end. We see the air ball in the first one from Arnold. Now, I wouldn't be well. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if IBP takes a timeout if she makes this free throw, but they won't have the ball anyway, so it doesn't matter. They'll have the lead, 40-39. And Everwise will look to take the lead before the Elam ending. It's a battle of possessions. It'll be a one-possession matchup, but someone's going to be slightly closer to that target score. Smith gives Everwise an opportunity. Sullivan is on the ground. A little shaken up. It's a 4-on-5 for Green. She finds Arnold. Sullivan steps up, and
I don't think she's hurt. I think she's just exhausted.
It seemed like she got hit as well. And she's hot about it.
Yeah.
That will be the Elam ending, though. I honestly didn't even make that connection.
Yeah.
So the race to 49. Everwise will have a slight disadvantage here as IBP chases that number.
And they're going to sit Jenna Sullivan for the rest of this game, looks like.
Small ball for IBP, but a turnover on that first possession of the Elam ending. It's a race to 49.
And if you're Everwise, you got to really utilize Jayla McDowell here. Use your size advantage over the smaller Anaya Pride.
She's already posting up her defender, and there's an entry pass right away, but that interior defense for IBP stands strong once again.
Yeah, a little too choreographed there from Everwise. Everybody knew that one was coming.
Multiple
even though
defenders
I told them to do it, but
that's true.
Everybody knew it was going to
happen. Maybe they heard you. Maybe IBP is listening out. So we have a timeout called that time by Everwise after that failed possession. And again, that's that IBP defense that really, really stymied the Everwise offense a few weeks ago, ultimately only scoring 44 points, Everwise did, in that contest. But that was mainly because they weren't making their threes on the outside, right, around the perimeter, which isn't going to happen every single night. A lot of good shooters on that team, so we saw that result in week one and said, okay, this was bad, obviously, and this was a great result for IBP, but Everwise not necessarily is going to look the same way when these two teams play again. And, well, they're playing again right now, and we were right to make that assessment. It's a one-point game here in the Elam ending. Everwise making more shots from the outside. Still low scoring, though, on both sides. But the beauty of the Elam ending, Noah, is that someone has to make a game-winning shot at the end of this. It can't just end with the clock hitting zeros.
Yeah.
Someone has to hit that game winner. We've seen plenty of games that are low-scoring and defensive, and it takes a long time for that to happen.
Yeah, this is a real interesting game. The winner of this game will only have 5 more points than the loser of the last time these two teams faced. 63-44 was the final score last time. We've even talked about the absence of Mariah King from this ballgame from IBP. She put up 16 points. That led everybody last time. And her absence right now is keeping this game very close.
Sullivan's back in the game, notably. And Green will inbound after that foul. So Everwise did a great job stopping that interior entry pass to McDowell while Sullivan was on the bench. And now Sullivan's back in to defend it herself. And again, it's knocked away by Smith. And again, that's what the Smith sisters can do on the perimeter defensively. Fantastic. Exactly in that category. Knocking the ball away, out of bounds.
It doesn't even have to end in a turnover, just about, showing up and being that pest that teams hate to play against.
It's a great word, and it's a great way to describe it. Shikama now in the backcourt, putting pressure on Arnold. Arnold, though, crosses the timeline eventually. Green now has it. Someone has to score. Green fires from the top of the key. It's just off the mark before the shot clock expires, and it's out of bounds, so Everwise will have the opportunity to retake the lead. The shot falls and one for Smith, and that's exactly what Everwise was looking for. It's going to have to be tough, gritty buckets on either end, considering how low scoring this matchup has been so far. And to make this free throw as well would do a great deal of good for this Everwise team as well. They're in a good place as they've been defending well, they've been disrupting well, they've been great in transition, and now they're scoring on the other end as well. Is this one going to flip to Everwise?
I don't know. This is a massive turning point right here. I mean, if you can sink this free throw and extend your lead to a full possession, what's important to me right now is how can Everwise respond defensively? Can they get a stop and a score to really try to stretch this out?
There's a timeout called once again, the second timeout of the Elam ending period. 42-40, the lead for Everwise. It's a race to 49. Again, both of these teams are 3-1. Indy Black Professionals is squarely in front of the pack because of such an extremely strong point differential, partly influenced by the Week 1 win over Everwise. IBP, if my memory serves, is plus 59 in the point differential department. These two teams are tied with Elevate Indy as well, although I suppose Elevate Indy picked up a win yesterday, so they'll be 4-1, but someone is going to tie up Elevate at the very top.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about this league compared to the men's side of the league is that you're going to play teams twice, and then you're going to get to play them again in the postseason and potentially for a championship, as opposed to the men's side of the bracket where you're in your own respective pools. You play your own teams, and then your championship is going to be kind of a stranger.
Absolutely, and the entire playoff run is going to be filled with strangers in a major way across the board. Coming out of the timeout, it's Portia Green commandeering the offense. Here's Jenna Sullivan with it on the perimeter, closely guarded by McDowell. She can't penetrate inside. Green, though, has a triple try on the way. It's off the back of the iron. Not a great shooting night from Green, but she's been great in plenty of other aspects. Here's Smith pushing the pace. She passes it to her sister. Back up to Smith, top of the key. Into McDowell. McDowell backing down Sullivan. Doesn't take it all the way to the rim. It's back out. Smith with a long-range triple. That one's just off. Rebounded by IBP. Sullivan had the height advantage. She tipped it into the hands of Pride. Pride now. Stutter step move. She loses the basketball. It's out of bounds, and it'll head to Everwise. Good defense yet again. It might come down to long-range shooting because neither team has been able to find consistent success inside unless it's Pride between the blocks, but IBP needs to get the ball to her in that area.
Yeah, but at the same time, neither team has really found a whole lot of consistency in their shooting. It's been a very low-scoring night, some good defense accompanied by some sloppy offense.
All of the makings of a drawn-out, drama-filled Elam ending. Here's Thomas with a mid-range jumper. Everwise needed that one. Couldn't quite find it, but McDowell puts it back, and that is a point to her tally for who wins the front court between McDowell and Sullivan. 4-point lead for Everwise. Major advantage considering the lack of scoring on either side. Now Pride lifts it up, under, and through. Well done by her. And there is plenty of jawing back and forth between these two newly instated rivals at the City League. Thomas works downhill. Her team is 5 points away. 2 buckets if they play their cards right, and Smith knocks it down. Now these offenses are unstoppable.
And they're chirping big time now.
IBP immediately cancels it out on the other end with a great heads-up play. Everwise was too busy celebrating. And the IBP fans in the building certainly have plenty of positive things to say as IBP marches back in the Elam ending.
And if you're not showing up until 8 o'clock, what are you doing? You're missing a heck of a game here in the 6 o'clock matchup. I think we have a good one following up in the 7.
You're right.
If you're not in the building, you better get in the building soon. But then, of course, we would lose our viewership, so...
You make a good point. But we always encourage people to be here at the City League. Obviously, that's what's best.
Our job requires people to not be in the building, but please show up to the building tonight.
If you can't make it, though, you know where to find us.
Yeah, exactly.
Each and every time, each and every night.
No blackouts here either.
It's true.
You can be in Indianapolis and watch this.
It's true. For free.
Yeah.
No doubt. No less, I should say. We got another timeout here, 46-44, the lead for Everwise. This will be a fascinating rest of the Elam ending because Everwise is a bucket away.
Yeah.
And I mean, ultimately, they traded buckets just now. Smith had the tough bucket on one end. IBP had the easy one on the other end. But Everwise obviously won that exchange because they're in front and they are.
I mean, right now
they will trade buckets anytime.
Yeah, if you're IBP, your priority is just perimeter defense. I mean, you can allow a 2 if you trust your offense to come down there and hit a shot of your own. Right now, you cannot allow Everwise to even think about shooting an open 3.
Green, top of the key. Clock no longer a factor, least of the game clock variety. Pride again between the blocks. This time she draws a whistle, but another very productive possession with Pride as the prominent factor in the front court. IBP is still in this game, and she is certainly the MVP of it if IBP comes away with a victory.
And we're a couple of free throws away from a shooting contest.
From beyond the arc, most likely.
I really hope. If it's 46-46, I hope we're just chucking threes.
For the good of the sport of basketball, I hope she makes both free throws right here. Got the first. We're impartial here as broadcasters, but we appreciate good basketball and entertaining
basketball.
basketball.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's what I'm here for.
That's what the City League is for, as a matter of
is.
fact. And certainly, each and every one of these City League rosters does a great job of supplying that each and every season. This season, certainly a great example. She misfires on the second free throw, but if IBP can get a stop and a bucket on the other end, then it's a shooting contest either way, to some degree. Here's Smith. Left to right and downhill. She runs straight into Williams. That'll be a foul. IBP doesn't like it. Smith seems to accept the benefits of that whistle. And we'll head to the free throw line, it appears. I'll call that a shooting foul.
Yeah,
that's what you saw?
I agree. I think that she was in the layup motion and she just ran into a brick wall of a couple of defenders, and certainly enough contact to constitute a shooting foul. Oh.
Just off. But there was one missed by Pride on the other end, so those two to some degree cancel out. And either way, Everwise would be a 2-point bucket away from victory if Smith is able to convert on this second free throw. But she doesn't. Rebounds, right back up, and her sister is who puts it up and through. So 1 point away is Everwise.
And Anaya Pride not happy about that one.
IBP calls a timeout, and now Shikamba grins and smiles amongst the rest of her teammates and claps in celebration of Everwise's recent success. That team is 1 bucket away from avenging a loss from earlier in the season and setting up a great trilogy for the postseason if these two teams were to meet, especially on championship night. Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely. Did you get chills? I just got chills.
I think so, and it really could happen. And again, it's important that – here's what's important about this, right? Because these teams play – there are 6 teams in the City League on the women's division, and they play 6 games. They play every single week. So someone has to play another team twice.
Yep.
These two teams play each other twice, obviously. Elevate plays NBA Math Hoops twice. They did last night for the second time, who is winless. So Elevate has the benefit of playing objectively, according to the win-loss record, the worst team in the league, the least successful team in the league this season, whereas these two teams have to play each other, which sets up a situation where one of these teams could be the 1 seed and one of them could be the 3 seed, or if Elevate has enough great point differential from those 2 wins over NBA Math Hoops, perhaps these 2 teams are the 2 and 3 seed and they play in round 1 on Sunday, August 2nd, or perhaps August 1st. We'll see what the schedule looks like. It's either a first-round matchup between these 2 teams, or a semifinal matchup, I should say, between these 2 teams, or a championship night matchup, and I think I know which one I'm rooting for.
I would have to agree.
That's assuming that the chalk holds and assuming that these are the 2 best teams in the City League, as I believe they are, although I also love Irsay YMCA, who we will see in just a few moments. IBP is my championship pick, but Irsay YMCA is my favorite team on the women's division of the City League. Green has at the top of the key. She works off the screen. Her team is 2 possessions away, barring a whistle. In certain situations, here's Cyrus. Here's that fadeaway jumper. It's just off the mark. Smith pushes the pace. She's looking for the final shot. She's looking for the game winner. She works downhill to the block. No foul call. There it is, and she has the bucket anyway. Smith walks it off, and Everwise Credit Union avenges a loss in Week 1. Everwise is 4-1. Elevate is 4-1. It's a battle for the top of the women's division at the City League, and IBP is now a step behind.
Yeah, what a game. That's all you can say. What a basketball game here tonight from the Indy Black Professionals. And Everwise Credit Union, I certainly enjoyed it. And like you said, it really separates these two teams. We're getting real close to the postseason, and we're answering some questions. As there's some extra bickering, looks like, at center court. That doesn't even look friendly, Andrew.
I want a trilogy. I want this matchup in the postseason.
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to get it.
It's very, very possible. Now, one team that could prevent that from happening is Irsay YMCA, who is up next against Horizon League here on the City League Live. We're having a great night, Noah. That was a great finish. Even if it wasn't a shooting contest, that was a great way for that Elam ending final bucket to transpire. Everwise Credit Union wins 50-45. No free throw necessary. Irsay YMCA and Horizon League are up next in about 4 minutes. Stick with us on the City League Live.
Game 2, the 7 o'clock tip, pushed to 7:18 tonight. Noah Badoris, Andrew Garrison here with you. It's Irsay YMCA taking on the Horizon League. We're coming off a great finish from the Indy Black Professionals and Everwise and hoping for another good 40 minutes of basketball. Andrew, what do you like about these two teams?
I love them both, and I love Irsay YMCA in particular. This is a team that's 2-2, while there's that pack of 3-1 and 4-1 teams at the top. Well, I suppose IBP is now 3-2, and then Horizon League 1-3. These two teams battling for postseason positioning.
It's McConnell and Shields on the tip, and Irsay YMCA starts with the ball. Angel Gino hucks a three and is unsuccessful on her first go-around. It's Shea Harper now at the top of the key, dishes it over. Now back to the top for Maddie McConnell. Fed down low, and that pass is interrupted. YMCA trying to push some offense now. Going the other way is Shanika Shields, and she's got the first points of the ball game. Here's Ari Wiggins. Her pass is tipped, recovered by Shea Harper. Harper feeds it down low for Kelsey Taylor, and they're going to call a jump ball here.
A jump ball indeed, and again, this
Irsay
Irsay
for Horizon League.
Good eye. This Irsay YMCA team plays so well together as a team. There's balance across the board. No lead is safe when Irsay is.
Oh, we do real jumps here. I've
on
never
the floor.
actually seen
It's
a jump
true.
ball at the City League.
It's true.
I should have read my rule book more.
Yeah, no possession arrow, and
Yeah.
I should have caught that.
YMCA wins the tip, and Jillian Brown takes it all the way to the hoop for two more. Shea Harper with the left hand at the rim. A nice finish. No defense there.
Again, Horizon League, the champions last season. It's a much different roster, but still looking to defend that title.
The three is no good. Offensive rebound. Gino. Her second chance is good. So she's 50% from behind the arc, and it's a 7-2 lead for Irsay YMCA.
Yeah, she gets hot from around the three-point line. She is dangerous.
Other end now. McConnell's no good. Defensive rebound. I don't know how many more one-and-done possessions Horizon League can go, as another three from Irsay YMCA is good. That's Jillian Brown, and a quick timeout for Horizon League. Man, it's all gas early from Irsay YMCA.
See why I like that team? They're fast. They play together. They play smoothly. Again, they could be down by 10 towards the end of this contest and still make it close in the Elam ending and perhaps flip the result and win it. Although it looks like if anyone's going to be up 10 in the Elam ending portion of the contest, Irsay YMCA is certainly a strong contender to do that. Up 10-2 right now with that timeout there at the 7:59 mark in the first quarter. Quick timeout for Horizon
They're
League.
not afraid to shoot either, is what I love about watching them play. Angel Gino, I say jokingly, she can miss her first 20 shots, and she'll keep shooting them.
And then she'll hit the game winner.
And she's so confident in her shot, that's part of her skill. You can never count these players out just because of a slow start.
Absolutely. And also, when they shoot, when they're not afraid to shoot, unlike, for example, Indy Black Professionals that I wouldn't say afraid to shoot, but certainly they were pulling the trigger a whole lot less quickly than Irsay is. Even though some of these Irsay YMCA players are, I look at Olivia Brown as a great example, someone who's maybe undersized compared to her competition, but still fights for those rebounds and succeeds in doing so.
Ari Wiggins running the point. The Butler Bulldog here for Horizon League. Dishes it over to Taylor. Kicks it back to Wiggins. Wiggins trying to drive on a stronger opponent. Dishes it out, and an air ball there ends the possession for Horizon League. Katie Steers missed the shot there. Now the other way, Jillian Brown trying to add to her point total. Dishes it into the corner. Shot by Shields, no good. Wiggins pushing pace, trying to weave through traffic, floats it up there, no good. Gets her own rebound. A lot of hustle here from Ari Wiggins, but an errant pass turns it over. Shields thought three, dishes it to Jillian Brown, whose shot is no good. Rebound Shields. Olivia Brown now, driving left hand, faces some contact, doesn't get the call, and now we're going the other way for Horizon League. An automatic three from Shea Harper is no good. And a defensive rebound slows this thing down. Driving is Brown with the right hand. No good there. Baseball pass from Shea Harper. Now it's Kendall Fisher with the ball. Dishes it into the corner. Katie Steers no good.
That's a great deflection, though, and a great sign for Horizon League defensively in the backcourt.
Yeah, that pass was a little choreographed there from Jillian Brown.
And it's really important, I might add, that Shields is really making an impact between the blocks there in the front court to occupy that space because, again, it's to some degree her against Taylor and McConnell for Horizon League, and Horizon League has that rotation down low. Of course, Poston offers some size for Irsay as well.
That's a deep three from Gino, and she hits it! Oh my goodness, she won't stop shooting.
And it's working out so far for Irsay YMCA. They're awesome from around the arc.
Zero fear in Angel Gino. Now for Horizon League in the post. Taking on 3 players at once is Kelsey Taylor. Heck of a move, just couldn't get the friendly roll. Now the other way in the corner. Shot no good from Olivia Brown. Offensive rebound. Back out to Brown. Gino, I thought she was going to shoot it again.
I would have loved that.
I think we all wanted for her to shoot again, including her. Olivia Brown, nice pump fake, takes it herself, draws some contact, beats the shot clock and draws the foul.
I love Olivia Brown's tough takes to the basket, unafraid of contact, no matter who stands before her. That's what she's proven about herself over the course of the season. And I might add about Irsay YMCA's three-point shooting, something that has been difficult for Horizon League to deal with as recently as against Indy Black Professionals. Recently last week in their last loss. Although I love the Horizon League backcourt and I love the players there individually, the way this team is built, it's a very small backcourt. And sometimes defensively it's difficult for Horizon League to contest some of those shots. And when you're facing good shooters, which IBP has, right, when you look at Jenna Sullivan, who also towers above her competition in many situations, and these players too as well. Jillian Brown for Irsay, Angel Gino, of course. Olivia Brown has proven to be able to hit the triple as well. I'm sure she will later on in this contest. A little bit more. It's been difficult for Horizon League to contend with that.
Chloe Moore McNeil, a personal favorite of mine, is in the game. She runs the point, gives it off to Wiggins. Wiggins shot, no good. A muscling offensive rebound attempt will give Horizon League the ball back. We're going to say that was a loose ball foul. Moore McNeil on the inbound. Had quite the career as an Indiana Hoosier. Now Kendall Fisher feeds it down low. Another nice extra pass to Asia Strong, who lays in the third and fourth points for Horizon League. Now going the other way. Shot no good. Rebound Horizon going the other way. Now it's Wiggins again. Dishes it to Moore McNeil. Of course her shot is good.
Of course, Indiana legends both in Bloomington and now in Indianapolis.
(14-7). Your score here with 3 minutes to play in this first quarter. Jillian Brown at the top of the key. Gets her screen. Gets a couple of defenders to run into each other. Feeds it down low to Sanika Shields, who finishes for a strong 2.
There's that quality team basketball from Irsay YMCA that I just love so much.
Good defense the other way from Jillian Brown. A 3 attempt is no good, but a nice offensive rebound for Asia Strong. Gives Horizon League a bucket to stay in this game. And 16-9 feels like a much manageable lead compared to what it was earlier. Brown driving, draws the foul, gets the finish. She'll go to the line and try to complete this three-point play.
And to just accentuate the point that I've made a few times here, I mean, I'll ask you, Noah. We just saw Indy Black Professionals lose their second game of the season. Do you know who their first loss was to?
I do not.
Irsay YMCA.
Was it?
And it was 56-54. It was another low-scoring game, just like that past one, late there in the Elam ending. Indy Black Professionals couldn't quite make it happen that time either. But the point I'm making is that Irsay YMCA, again, that's an exact example of them having a deficit and then flipping the result late. And this is clearly a team that contended with the best, because I said just an hour ago that IBP was my pick to win the championship, and Irsay YMCA clearly is at least capable of knocking off that team in the regular season. We'll see what Irsay can do in the postseason.
Chloe Moore McNeil is 2 for 2 from 3.
Horizon League flipped the result and beat Earthside YMCA, and this is all just evidence that the transitive property isn't real in sports. But Chloe Moore McNeil's return to this Horizon League roster has clearly bolstered its ability to score from the outside.
Yeah, in limited usage in their June 25th loss against this Earthside YMCA squad, Moore McNeil with only 5 points, a rebound, and 3 steals. They're going to really need to utilize her tonight if they want to stay in this game against a very high-profile opponent, as a shot clock violation will send the ball the other way.
Anna Poston couldn't quite get it off in time that time around, but I really like Anna Poston around the perimeter for Earthside. In that game against IBP, as a matter of fact, she hit a triple the very beginning of the Elam ending on the left wing right here on this side of the court you see on the screen. And that, again, in a low-scoring game was huge for Earthside to be able to really carry themselves over the finish line via free throws the rest of the way.
Jillian Brown with a full head of steam has to pause and retract. Now down low is Shields. Back into the corner for Jillian Brown. She takes a step, puts up a shot, no good. Rebound, Moore McNeil. Going the other way now. A bad pass turns it over. YMCA with it once again. Olivia Brown now down in the corner for Poston. The ball rolls out of bounds. It'll stay here for YMCA. 10 seconds to play here in this first quarter. And they're going to say that was too quick of an inbound. 5 seconds. We'll see if we can finish off this first quarter. Inbound to Jillian Brown. She puts it up, has it blocked, and that's how the first 10 minutes end here from the Bonner Fitness Zone here in Indianapolis. 18-12 your score. Horizon League started in quite a hole, but they've dug themselves out. We got a competitive ball game.
Absolutely. Yet another competitive ball game, specifically on the Queens of the Court division. That's exactly what we're accustomed to seeing here at the City League. Again, Horizon League and Earthside and YMCA battling for really one of that 4 seed spot. I think these teams will probably play each other as the 4 seed and the 5 seed, but Earthside will have something to say about that, because if they're 3-2, they had the head-to-head over IBP, and with point differential could flip themselves into that 3 seed spot, completely flipping on its head everything that we've spoken about, which, by the way, could even drop IBP to the 4 seed and have them play potentially Everwise again in the semifinals. There are so many variables with just a few games left.
There's so much parity, as we've talked about, where it really doesn't matter who you're playing, first round, second round, championship. All these teams have what it takes to beat each other, and that's what's really exciting about this women's side of the pool.
Earthside YMCA and Horizon League also played each other in Week 1. All of these games on the women's division this week are repeats of Week 1. Earthside won 63-57 that time in a game that really put that team on the map and made us wonder and worry about the reigning champions in Horizon League, who are now 1-3.
Fisher puts up a 3, and she banks it in. It's one of those where it might be an accident, but who cares? Brown at the point. Heavy defense from Chloe Moore McNeil. She gets her screen, now swung around. Angel Gino at the top of the key. Takes a dribble, feeds it down low. That shot is blocked. McGee gets her own rebound, but she cannot finish once again. McNeil's pass is tipped by Jillian Brown, and now Brown will take it herself the other way. And her pass, intended for a fast break, is swatted out of bounds and will finally take a breath. Tell you what, I've done basketball, I've done hockey, I've done baseball. This is some of the fastest play-by-play I've ever had to do.
It's always that way at the City League. It's my second year, and these games so quick on the men's and women's sides. The running clock obviously only accelerates that process.
Ari Wiggins dishes it to Kendall Fisher, who nails a jumper for 2 more. YMCA trying to push pace now. Pass intended for Sanika Shields is tipped away by Kennedy Girard. It'll stay here for YMCA. Jillian Brown on the inbounds, the former Northwestern Wildcat and Virginia Cavalier, if my research serves me correctly.
Saw nearly a great steal there from Angel Gino, though, on this end. I really appreciated that. You were in the middle of some very fast play-by-play action, as you just mentioned, but I wanted to make sure that didn't go overlooked, because She's the type of player where, yeah, and she's the type of player where when your team is already awesome, Angel Gino may not be the star, but she's what just makes the team unfair. She's exactly who I singled out for Sentier Bank last season, the team that she was on last year, where you have Allie Becky, you have the Smith sisters, you have all these stars, and then Angel Gino comes off the bench and hits 3 triples in a row, and the game is over, and you realize that the roster is just unfairly successful, and that's sort of how I feel about this team, although she's obviously had an elevated role now that she's not coming off the bench as, maybe the 9th or 10th woman on that team. Now she's much more relevant to the team's success, much more prevalent in the team's success. But across the board still, the Brown sisters, right, those are sort of the stars for this team. Shields has been playing really well. And so across the board, Angel Gino, just another one of those players that you can just drop into a roster, supplement, and then she can every once in a while just drop 15 off 5 for 5 3-point shooting and have 2 steals. And Irsay can beat anyone in the league as a result, in part, of that contribution. And you just realize that the team is just unfairly strong. It's how we felt about Sentier Bank last season until they lost on the championship night to this Horizon League team, and it's something similar here with Irsay.
Yeah, they're very strong. They're also impressively deep. They carry 8 players on this roster, and I would say 7 of them contribute significantly night in and night out. And that's really, a major difference maker when you're playing teams that also have depth, is that not only to have depth, but to have depth that matters, to have depth that produces, even if it's 4, 5, 6 points a night, that's still more than most other teams' benches can do. We're having some issues with the scoreboard here.
Well, my count says 20-17.
That's what I would have to agree with.
Hopefully they don't need any help, but I'm sure they remember.
It's just not tallying. We're going to have to keep scoring our heads tonight.
At least we have this on our screens.
You can keep score, and then after every possession, you can just shout out the score to everybody so that we all know what it is.
Yeah, I can.
So you just mute
tilt my
yourself
microphone
and then
away.
Just yell.
Yeah, you might have to take over this one.
I'm fine with that.
We both watch enough basketball to be able to do it.
Yeah, we're flexible. Oh, scoreboard's off.
But we have some nice music here. Always some great DJ action here at the City League.
Who's in charge of that? Do you know? Is it?
It depends. There is sometimes a DJ on the baseline down here, which is always awesome.
I guess my thought is is it a curated, we want this song in this moment, or is it like, this is just our playlist, play whatever's next?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that question. Obviously, there's no DJ here tonight. Sometimes there is. We'll see in the postseason. It should be fun. But I like this playlist a lot, so much so that sometimes when I leave, especially in breaks in between, the first quarter, second quarter, or halftime, when they're playing music, I'll Shazam a song on my phone. And a lot of them are popular songs that you know anyway. But sometimes I Shazam a song on my phone, I realize I've never seen it before, and then I listen to it on the way home.
Yeah.
And then I, just can't get enough of the City League each and every night.
I forget where I was. Oh, I was at coffee with my girlfriend yesterday.
Well done.
At the Well in Fishers. Played a song. It was it's a loud place. It's like I can't quite tell what this is.
Yes.
And I was hoping that Shazam could figure it out. It was a Deftones song. I don't listen to Deftones, but I recognized it enough where I was like, I bet I can. I know something about this song.
Yeah. Well done. I was in a loud coffee shop this morning too. Indie Coffee Roasters over in Carmel, another Hamilton County.
I'm just not a big
gem.
Not a big coffee guy.
That's okay.
Like, I love coffee. I'm not a big enough connoisseur where it's like I want to go to this place and try their coffee, because I acknowledge there's lots of great places. Because being from the north side of Indy, Hamilton County area, there's plenty of places in that area where you can go and have what I understand to be premium coffee. I'm just not crazy about it,
Yeah. Well, as you know about me, just because you know me, I'm fixated on familiarity.
You are.
Indie Coffee Roasters is one I've been to for a while, and I'll continue going.
The house coffee at A to Z does it just enough for me.
Perfectly understandable. We're back in action here after the stoppage for the scoreboard. It's back, and it has the same score we have, so we're in a good place here at the City League. About 8:15 left to go here in the second quarter, about 7:37 p.m.
Yeah, we're running a little behind schedule here, but certainly nothing we can't be patient for.
More City League to discuss as a result, more minutes to discuss the City League, or perhaps coffee, and that's what we enjoy the most. Under 8 minutes.
And they're going to say a moving screen here. I believe that's Jasmine McGee, who was supposed to be stable there and just simply wasn't.
McGee, another star on this Irsay team.
Yeah. That's the thing. This Irsay team just really has no hole. Like, there's every single player on this team can give you 15 points if you let her. As there's a three from Kendall Fisher. She's lighting it up so far tonight. We got a tie ball game. Who would have thought?
Yeah, absolutely.
The other end, Shields has her shot blocked. Excellent defense from McConnell. Now going the other way, it's Fisher once again, trying to weave through traffic, feeds it down low. Strong with it, gets it back out to McConnell. McConnell's three is good. And Horizon League takes their first lead of the game. It's 23-20. What can Jillian Brown do to keep her team in this game? McGee back to Brown. Fed down low for Shields. It's 34-on-34 here in the post. Shields puts it up, no good. More good defense from Maddie McConnell. And at the other way, there's more points for Kendall Fisher.
I love that triple from Maddie McConnell just now. She does a great job distributing and initiating. She plays hard on defense. She sets hard screens, and to see her have that payoff at the top of the key with that open triple was great. She called for the ball, she called her shot, she took it, and she sank it.
That three is way too long, and then the pass from Kendall Fisher goes into what we would call the camera well.
Yeah, we love all the photography action, all the media that we could possibly have.
All media is good media.
Exactly, especially with something that consistently presents and produces positivity here at the City League. Great basketball, great vibes. Olivia Brown's shot bounces off her back. She's still all smiles. She was fouled. She'll head to the line.
Yeah, it's a situation where you're being guarded by a much bigger opponent. You're just happy to get the foul.
And I might add as well with Irsay, you mentioned how they don't have a hole. Every individual player on this Irsay team, for example, like Chloe McNeil, everyone understands is talented and awesome.
Yeah.
Irsay YMCA doesn't necessarily have
No.
someone that maybe matches that talent level and that historic success. So individually, but again, Irsay plays so well as a team, and particularly in this way, they do a great job drawing fouls. Olivia Brown is my favorite. There's no foul baiting, there's no flopping. She just goes hard at those stronger, taller defenders and goes up with the basketball with no fear. And oftentimes that creates a whistle. She makes the free throws. That's been a story of success for Irsay so far.
Excellent possession, just couldn't get the roll there for Horizon League. Kelsey Taylor had a nice entry pass, made a nice move, got to the rim, and just couldn't make it in. Here's Shea Harper. Her three's good. Horizon League is just burying everything that they can from behind the arc so far. YMCA needs a pick-me-up. And who else but Angel Gino to do it? She's got the ball top of the key, driving left hand, and she banks it in. She can do it all here. Good defense on the other end of the court. It'll stay here for Horizon League, but some nice hands by Anna Poston.
There's another example of that impact from Anna Poston on the wing. Defensively, again, another player that plays with intensity, is very aware, a great teammate, also just knocks down a triple in the Elam ending that can completely flip a result against a quality opponent. A great player for this team to have, just like Angel Gino, supplementing the stars on the roster.
Wiggins steps back and catches all air. As going the other way now for Irsay YMCA. Moore can't bury that layup. And now here's Shea Harper with it. Product of Crispus Attucks. And now bodies hitting the floor here. A turnover from Horizon League. YMCA with it. Shot is up. And that rattles in Anna Poston with her first three of the night.
There she is, making an impact on defense and offense in consecutive possessions.
Moore McNeil puts it up. Tries to redeem herself after she airballed her last three attempt. That one's no good. Olivia Brown going coast to coast. Draws the contact against the former Hoosier. Man, how good would that have felt for Olivia Brown to float a layup over former Big Ten basketball player. But alas, it'll be free throws.
But she'll make the free throws, I bet, and it'll be all the same.
Yeah.
And that's another example. A hustle rebound right there, right, not the tallest player on the floor. Hustle rebounds, great move in transition. She took it all the way with confidence, and again, just stared down Chloe Moore McNeil, went right into her, drew the whistle.
Yeah, I think that's part of the strength of this YMCA team. We've talked about how, they don't carry those necessarily massive profile players, but they play with so much, energy and fun. You can tell that they enjoy the game of basketball, and that's really to coin the phrase power of friendship, that's really what they play with.
And they might beat the reigning champions twice this regular season, on top of potentially putting together a playoff run. And I might add, she did indeed make both free throws.
Kennedy Girard going to work down low. No good on that possession. What can YMCA do now to get themselves back in the lead? Apparently nothing on that trip to the hoop. Now going the other way is Shea Harper. She goes left side, right hand, and lays it in for a few more.
Also loving the scoring run that Shea Harper is on the other end. She's a great example, one of those undersized guards that's so electric on offense.
Pull-up three from Jasmine McGee is an ugly one, and she's laughing about it.
That's the other thing about Irsay YMCA. All smiles all the time.
Yeah. It's okay to airball a three. I've done it. I'm sure you've done it.
Oh, my goodness. You should not see me in pickup basketball.
I have played pickup basketball with you, and you've airballed a three plenty of times.
I actually am proud of myself, but that is not one of my strengths.
Down low now for McGee, trying to redeem herself, and another flaring shot. And at the other end, Ari Wiggins with an easy two. Coco Moore calls for a screen, doesn't get it, dishes it over to Poston. Poston takes her time, unloads another three. That's no good. And that'll trickle out of bounds with 1 minute here to play in this first half. 32-29 the score. Harper at the point. Now Ari Wiggins. They've been using both of those players plentifully in the point guard position. Now Moore McNeil into the corner for Katie Steers. Steers trying to drive. 6 on the shot clock. She gets rid of it. Shea Harper with it. No good. And the lack of offensive rebounding has really killed Horizon League so far. They could be up by a whole lot if they could just get a few extra chances. 20 seconds to play here. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Coco Moore trying to go to work on Katie Steers. Backing her down. She finds a double team. Puts it up and buries it over two opponents. 10 seconds to play in this first half. Shea Harper looking to wait for the last shot. Now to Moore McNeil. McNeil guarded by Brown. She puts it up and buries it. Chloe Moore McNeil with her third three of the half at the buzzer. Makes it a 35-31 ball game. Exciting basketball here.
Yeah, no doubt. And I was about to say, I was preparing my statement for an expected made triple from Shea Harper to say that there's no one I would rather trust on that team to make that shot, but maybe I was thinking a little bit too quickly because Chloe Moore McNeil, of course, very capable of knocking down a contested triple at the buzzer to hand Horizon League a 4-point lead. Horizon League was in major trouble at multiple points throughout that half, but still manages to have a 4-point lead entering the halftime break. It'll be interesting to see how both teams enter the second half and how both teams finish ultimately in the Elam ending.
Yeah, a short halftime here, only 90 seconds on the clock right now.
Running a little bit behind, that's the cause, I'd assume.
It was 5 minutes last game, right? It's a 5 minute
It's always
halftime
5,
standard
but
thing,
I
right? Yeah.
assume that because it's 7:46,
yeah,
that's what they're thinking about.
Yeah. I mean, we got a good one coming up. Should be at least a fun one. Maybe not a good one. We can remax and press play. Try to get some people in the building waiting for the 8 o'clock men's game. Catch the end of this excellent game between Irsay YMCA and Horizon League.
Well, it should be a fun second half here. Less than a minute until it begins. Again, these two teams fighting for positioning. More than likely, they will fall into the 4 and 5 seed slot, with NBA Matthews plummeting towards the bottom, and those three teams at the top creeping ever closer to the top. So that's probably what we're going to see, and the winner will face the 1 seed. But perhaps if Irsay YMCA picks up a win here, especially if it's a big win, then this team could potentially ascend towards the top 3 and break into that top 3 and maybe even the top 2 and receive a first-round bye, which would do wonders for this team's postseason aspirations, especially because, remember, Elevate plays NBA Math Hoops twice, or at least they did, arguably 2 free wins. If Irsay beats Horizon twice, that cancels that out aside from the point differential. Obviously, Elevate beat NBA Math Hoops by more than Irsay did and probably will beat Horizon League if it comes out with a victory this time. But nonetheless, that definitely does do wonders, especially considering that Everwise and IBV play each other twice.
An unrelated point, but worth mentioning, Kendall Fisher was a perfect 4 for 4 from the field in the first half. Couple of threes, couple of shots inside the arc. See if she can continue some perfection here from the Bonner Fitness Zone. So we get set for some second half action. Noah Bedoris, Andrew Garrison along with you. The second of 2 women's games here for City League. Second of 4 total tonight. This will be Horizon League basketball coming out of the break.
It's the third and final women's game of the week. Again, it's all a rerun of week 1. We saw Elevate Indianapolis beat NBA Math Hoops again. We saw Everwise Credit Union avenge a loss against IBP from earlier in the season, and now these 2 teams facing off in game 3.
Girard with it. She gets double teamed. Tries to dish it out. That pass is deflected. Horizon League recovers it. Shea Harper can't finish at the rim. She gets it back, unloads a 3, faces some contact, no call there. The 3 is unsuccessful. Harper once again, she pump fakes, spins and dishes it out to Kennedy Girard. Girard down low for Strong, and Strong lays it in. Coco Moore over to Jillian Brown. Brown has her pass swatted away. It'll stay right here. Brown doing the inbound. Gino was wide open at the top of the key, couldn't find her. The inbound does go to Jillian Brown. Into the corner for Brown. No good. Rebound Girard. She has bodies all over her. Finally gets rid of it. Now Ari Wiggins with it. Harper. 4-3. Bottoms. 40-31 your score with 8.5 here to play in the third. Olivia Brown dishes it down low for Shields, and then a pass to Moore. Gets batted, and at the other end, an easy layup for Asia Strong extends this lead. And a much-needed timeout is called by Irsay YMCA. Andrew, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we're seeing some great back and forth, and we're seeing some success here on both sides of the floor. And again, this is another one of those games where it feels like both of these teams are hurtling towards a fascinating matchup in the Elam ending. No lead is safe for Irsay YMCA. No lead is safe for Horizon League. And it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out moving forward.
Yeah, if you're Horizon, I think you just got to stay pedal to the metal here. 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Like you said, both these teams are very capable of getting themselves back into games facing deficits. You do not want to give Irsay YMCA any chance to crawl themselves back into this game. Back from the break. It is YMCA basketball. Olivia Brown doing the inbounding as she has done all night. Gino with it. Now back to Olivia Brown. Now back to Gino. She's got space. Double team comes. She feeds it into the corner for Jillian Brown, whose shot is no good. Harper the rebound. She's controlling traffic here offensively. Finds Strong, who then finds Girard, who faces some contact but gets no call, and an empty possession there for Horizon League. The other way now. Olivia Brown draws a foul.
Another whistle drawn by Irsay YMCA. Working into contact, battling through contact, and as a result, it'll be an inbound and an extended possession.
Yeah, and Horizon League is playing very fast basketball tonight. This short bench for Irsay YMCA looks like they're struggling a little bit. Olivia Brown, obviously not a bench player, but wiping her brow, looks a little gassed. Obviously a tough player. She's going to stay in the game. She's going to give you some quality minutes, but you hate to be tasked with such a responsibility here. Inbound goes to Jillian. Her pass is swatted out of bounds. That's something that Horizon League has shined in so far tonight. It's just interrupting passes. Inbound goes to Shields. Shields steadies. Gets rid of it. Moore with it. She drives on the right side and finishes with a nice right-handed layup. Steers moving left. Cuts back towards the lane. Now gives it over to Girard. Girard feeds it down low for Strong, whose shot is blocked by the much smaller Moore. Strong with it. They're going to call a jump ball. Heck of an effort by Coco Moore. Outsized by the much larger Asia Strong, and puts up a heck of a fight to get a good defensive stop and then force the jump ball. Tip is won by Horizon League. Steers with it. Back to the top of the key for Shea Harper. Harper driving. Shot clock expires, but she draws the foul. Saved by the bell. Or rather, beating the bell.
Check that. That was on G on first. Team first. Shea Harper at the line for Horizon League. Shooting 2.
Harper's first free throw is good. 5 minutes to play here in this third quarter. And Shea Harper goes perfect at the line. Gino unloads a deep three, air ball.
But she should keep shooting, right? She's hit a few early.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
Again, it's just
And she won't stop shooting.
and she might go 0 for 7, but she could hit the game winner on that night and go for 1 for 8. And that's just exactly the type of player she is around the perimeter. And again, they don't need her to produce necessarily. It's just one of those elements that makes it unfair when she's able to end possessions with the made triple time and time again.
Ari Wiggins with it. She trips on herself and falls out of bounds. Now for YMCA trying to get themselves back in this ballgame. Moore dishes it down low to a wide open McGee, who finishes for 2 more. Pace is certainly at a slower rate right now for both teams as we approach the end of this third quarter. McConnell with it, trying to find an open player. She finds Harper, who buries a 3. Shea Harper taking every edge she can tonight, sinking just about every shot she's put up. And here's Olivia Brown from 3, no good. Man, they needed that one. 11-point game right now and an offensive rebound by Anna Poston. Here's a second chance opportunity. Moore thought about it. Finds Brown in the corner, who just has butterfingers. And good on her for laughing it off, because I certainly would not have been able to.
All smiles. All the time.
All the time. It's Fisher with it. Now to Asia Strong. Strong going to work, gets double teamed. Into the corner for Maddie McConnell. McConnell's shot is too strong. Strong fighting for a rebound. It's going to go the other way for YMCA. Poston to Brown. No good. Fisher, a long pass to Ari Wiggins, who dishes it back out to Chloe Moore McNeil, who cannot get the friendly bounce. Three-pointer no good. Now at the other end of the court, Anna Poston with it. She has it at the wing. Now over to Sanika Shields, whose shot is wide. Fisher unloads a three, no good. .90 to play in this third quarter. It's Coco Moore. These teams are playing real sluggish right now. McGee. 90 seconds to play in this third quarter. It's Coco Moore. These teams are playing real sluggish right now. McGee pump fakes. Between her legs, step back. Strong at the top of the key. Now Kendall Fisher. 7 seconds on the shot clock, 12 on the game clock. Jump shot from Strong. Unsuccessful. 5 seconds on the clock. Last chance here for YMCA. Poston puts up a three, no good. And that's how quarter number 3 ends here from the City League. 50-37 your score. We'll be right back for some fourth quarter action. Third quarter basketball underway, an immediate whistle by Ref Rob. Gino maneuvering through some bigs, and she can't get the layup. Now here's Katie Steers. Steers down low for Kelsey Taylor. Another turnover from Horizon League. Those could cost them here in these final 10 minutes. Down low for Brown. Brown triple teamed. Who's got to be open? Somebody's open. Gino unloads a three. She gets it. Angel Gino will not stop shooting, and if you leave her that open, she will hit it.
Absolutely. She's going to knock it down if it's open, as you just mentioned. She does that time. Big shot for Ursay here to start the fourth.
Moore McNeil floating it down low for a nice pass to Kelsey Taylor, who finishes at the rim. It's a 12-point ball game. Brown in the corner, guarded by Steers. Both of them fall down. Now in the opposite corner, Gino loses the handle. It was tipped by Moore McNeil. It'll stay right here for Ursay. Ari Wiggins checks back in.
Well, I've said before on the City League podcast that there are 4.5 title contenders in the women's division. Obviously, IBP, Everwise, and Elevate. I count Ursay in that category, and I think Horizon League is halfway there. But this is evidence of maybe an improved Horizon League team that could lift themselves to that 5th championship contender level.
Another shot clock violation there. You're absolutely right, partner, and part of the way to get to that level is playing your competition. And so the more that Horizon League gets to get familiar with teams like YMCA, like the Black Professionals, they're going to get accustomed to this sort of play as a nice mid-range jumper from Ari Wiggins finds the bottom of the net. The more they play this level of competition, the more they're going to prepare themselves for the postseason when, the games really matter. Back the other way for Irsay. Here's Olivia Brown, guarded heavily, and they make the right call. The defender slaps it off her knee, and it'll go the direction of Horizon League.
And you mentioned, the aspect of just preparing for the postseason, but also a team can get hot at the right time. It's so easy for that to happen, a team to get hot on the right day. I mean, all of the playoff games occur on the same day, except for the championship game.
Ari Wiggins taking buckets at will here. 56-40 your score. Going the other way now, Jillian Brown. All wheels from Jillian Brown, and she lays in 2 more. Wiggins trying to show what she can do. Gets rid of it to more McNeil, who can't hit the mid-range. Back out to Ari Wiggins once again, and timeout called by Horizon League.
And a good timeout there, 56-42 the score. And just to speak on the parity in the women's division in particular at the City League, we talked earlier about how Irsay YMCA is 1 win away in this game from being tied with Indy Black Professionals, who I called my favorite to win the championship. And they're equally, close to dropping this game, going 2-3 and being tied with Horizon League instead, who I haven't ever given up on this season, but I wouldn't be surprised if many other people in this gym or many other fans of the City League had at a certain point after they took loss number 3 and went 1-3 and were guaranteed to not have a record above 500. They're fighting back to 500 and really would help themselves in that category if they were to win here tonight. But between Irsay and Horizon, right, that this is one of those matchups in that log jam at the City League between those top 5 teams where it's clear that anyone can win on any given night, and because of that, anyone can win the championship in this women's division. And the men's division is like that too. You just don't quite notice it as much because, again, they play 4 games and there's 12 teams, whereas here you play 6 games against 6 teams. These teams are much more familiar with one another.
Taylor with the rock at the top of the key, hands it off to Wiggins. Wiggins, as the shot clock expires, can't get it. Rebound for Jasmine McGee, trying to go coast to coast, and excellent defense by Ari Wiggins slows her down at the rim. That's how you defend a bigger, stronger opponent. Brian will do the inbound. McGee with it in the right corner. Now Gino at the wing, guarded by Fisher. Dishes it over. Olivia Brown driving with the right hand. High off the glass, and that falls. More McNeil at the top. Finds a down low Kelsey Taylor, who has been automatic here in the second half. 5.5 to play. That means a minute and a half until that pivotal dead ball. A block from Horizon League on one end turns into some Katie Steers offense on the other end, but she can't finish the layup. Brown guarded heavily, finally gets rid of it. McGee slowing it down now. Gino, that's her spot. No good. Ricocheting rebound goes to Kendall Fisher. Fisher weighs the coverage and can't finish the wide open layup. Now at the other end, a pass to Jillian Brown that was just too strong. Andrew, a lot of turnovers, a lot of sloppy offense tonight.
Absolutely, but sometimes it's in that chaos that Irsay thrives the most, just not this time around tonight. This Horizon League team, you can see why, members of this core, members of this roster won the championship last season and the year before. Maddie McConnell, a stalwart in both of those teams. And now she's back. She's on the bench right now, but certainly has produced tonight, among others. Horizon League looks like the Horizon League team we saw last season.
Fisher gets a screen from Strong, finishes and one. She'll shoot the free throw. Hoping to extend her team's lead. 4 minutes on the clock as time is called.
On to the Elam ending we go.
Yeah.
It'll be 69, the target score.
And that is a steep hill to climb if you're, say, YMCA.
That's what makes the fourth quarter so important, is those critical possessions before the Elam ending are almost equally as important as the Elam ending itself, because you're right, it's an almost untenable situation.
You got to win 25-8 here. You got to go on a 25-8 run to end this game.
And the way Horizon League is playing, obviously, typically the team with that massive lead is more than in position to prevent that from happening, barring a complete collapse, which we've seen at the City League this season and in seasons past plenty of times. But not quite one of this caliber this season.
Yeah, Ursay YMCA going to have to go sicko mode here in this final stretch of this ball game. Fisher's free throw is no good. That's a good start for Ursay.
Jillian Brown goes careening into the bench.
Hitting the deck is Jillian Brown, and that shot from Moore is way too strong. Hit looks like above the box on the backboard. Another timeout is called.
Looks like this will be to put the Elam ending target score on the board. Not sure why the clock stopped at 4 there. I guess there was a slight slippage, some moisture on the floor, and then it just happened to be at the 4-minute mark. But 69. I wondered if they were potentially, stopping it early just to keep the process moving here with 4 games tonight, and the fact that we're already 10 minutes late on the third contest. But either way. The Elam ending is set to commence here between Ursay YMCA and Horizon League. The same target score we mentioned previously.
Moore McNeil on the inbound. You know what it takes to get some of these City League shorts?
I would wonder, and I would wonder if there are any extras.
I would love a pair if that's an option.
That, no doubt, would make our pickup games a whole lot more interesting.
That pass from Harper finds no teammate. They'll keep it right here. Wiggins on the inbound under her own bucket. A quick pass to Strong results in a foul.
Asia Strong at the line from Horizon League. Shooting 2.
Strong's first has a high arc in it. Finds the bottom of the net. She goes 1 for 2 from the line on this trip. Ball finds the seats. So we'll reset here for YMCA. Horizon League 8 points away from securing their second win of the season. Moore gets a screen, goes up with it, draws some contact, and she will also go to the line.
Kathleen Strong, her first, team second. Coco Moore at the line for the YMCA. Shooting 2.
Coco Moore, the former Lawrence North attendee, graduate also.
It's true.
Plenty of local high school representation here at the City League. That's one of my favorite parts of it is you'll look down a roster and just see 10 players from 10 high schools that you know when you've been to.
It's like a local high school Hall of Fame league.
Exactly.
It really is. They all go play in college. They all go play professionally. Some, or many rather, still are.
And they all come back home.
And it's great. And they all compete. And it's a great league.
Wiggins with it, with the left hand. That was mighty pretty. Jillian Brown trying to put her team on her shoulders. Runs into some traffic, now going the other end. Here's Kendall Fisher. Dishes it over to Shea Harper, whose 3 is no good. Long rebound for Fisher. She's been everywhere tonight. Now down low for Asia Strong, who finishes at the rim. Off the glass for 2 more.
Horizon League, pedal to the metal, certainly looking like the stronger team on this night, contrary to week 1 when these two teams faced off, and we could have 2 revenge matchups turn into successful revenge matchups for the teams that lost in week 1. Certainly makes the standings a lot more interesting.
A deep desperation 3 from Jillian Brown is no good. At the other end, a 3 from Wiggins, unsuccessful. Offensive rebound from Shea Harper. Tries to take it herself. Her mid-range is buried. 67-45 your score. Horizon League a bucket away from sealing the deal. What can YMCA do but just hope it's over soon. Brown with it, top of the key. Tries to find an open teammate. Still excellent defense here from Horizon League despite the score. Brown taking it herself. Can't get it. And a hectic rebound goes to Horizon League, and we're going to go the other way.
It's winning time as the wonderful PA announcer here at the City League announces over the loudspeakers. Horizon League a bucket away, and it's Chloe Moore McNeil with the basketball. Oh my. Hard foul.
Yeah. Pass was intended for Asia Strong, but by the time the ball got to her, she was already on the hardwood.
It's like a tug of the jersey there, too.
Yeah.
I guess it was the players' backs were to us, so couldn't see exactly what transpired in the
I
front of the
wasn't
jersey.
looking super closely, but
I was, but still couldn't see it, so I'm sure it's a tricky situation. I'm surprised that didn't descend into madness to some degree, especially considering the score.
But I was going to say the opposite. At this point in the game, I think both teams are just ready to be done with it.
It would have been pretty much an automatic bucket for Horizon League because Irsay was beat in that situation. So perhaps an intentional foul that just ended up a little bit harder than previously
Who will be the hero tonight? Strong goes up with it. No foul called. We'll say it was blocked, and it'll stay here for Horizon League.
And a hero is still able to emerge on this possession for Horizon League.
Wiggins unloads a 3. You bet! Ari Wiggins calls game. 70-45, your final. Horizon League cruises the whole second half. They move to 2-3 on the year, get some revenge on a June 25th loss. That'll do it for us here for the women's slate. Moments away from what was supposed to be an 8 o'clock tip. It's going to be Remax and Press Play. Andrew will have the call, do a little bit of color commentary. We'll be right back with some more City League action.
Welcome back to the City League Live. I'm Andrew Garrison, Noah Bedoris beside me for Game 3 of City League action tonight on Thursday, July 23rd. It's Remax Philyaw and Henninger versus Press Play Gaming Lounge, the reigning champions, and it should be a great one once again. It's the first men's game of the evening, and we quickly have Press Play Gaming Lounge with possession and facing difficult defense from Remax. Hopkins is fouled by Colin Romero. Rico on the way up.
Hopkins a chance for his first points of the night. He had 8 in their last time out, and that 100-62 dominating victory over Pivot League.
And if you're not familiar, Patrick Hopkins has received Nikola Jokic comparisons before at the City League. Do you agree with that? Do you see what the people see?
I see it. My first thought was Brian Scalabrine, but Jokic is also a good comp. The former Indiana Wesleyan Wildcat, Patrick Hopkins.
Hopkins can really do it all in a great deal of situations and scenarios here at the City League.
Wearing number 33 is kind of like if Larry Bird and Kareem had a basketball baby.
Here's the missed shot from Remax, and now it's Press Play Gaming Lounge working back in the other direction. Here's Henson. He elevates and knocks it down. Well done. Good start for Press Play.
Henson went nuclear last time out, 28 points. Did nothing else besides those 28, but who doesn't love a guy who puts up nearly a 30-burger?
A slip and a fall there from Mathisen, and now a triple try from Philyaw. Just off, and Press Play finds the rebounds. Quick pace yet again here at the City League between these two squads. Just about 8 minutes left in the first quarter. There's another long-range shot just missed there by Rico. Now Hopkins rumbles to the rim. He's fouled nearly. No call. Not sure if it's all ball in that situation, but he nearly crashed into the glass. And then it's Hanslin on the other end, putting it up, under, and through.
Yeah, Hunter Bodie, a guy who, when Remax is really struggling, when they can't put points on the board, he is very calm, cool, collective, and can really control the game on his own.
Hopkins up, under, and through right there yet again. Canceling out that last shot from Remax. Hopkins couldn't defend it that time. Well done by Remax yet again. Hopkins inside, Press Play Gaming Lounge, pushing the basketball into the interior, and for good reason, because yet again it's Hopkins.
They must have been watching some serious film this week, because Hopkins is not a guy who typically you run the offense through, but he has been getting every touch so far tonight.
Another missed shot. Not a great shooting night so far for Remax, especially from long range, and Press Play Gaming Lounge has done a great job picking up those rebounds. Henson now has it at the top of the key. He fires from long range himself. That one's just off the side of the rim to be rebounded by Remax. Here's Rico over to Philyaw. Philyaw, deep three. That's a part of his identity on offense, shooting a great deal of threes.
Philyaw shoots a whole lot of threes. Not at a super impressive clip, but sort of like we mentioned Angel Gino, he will always continue to chuck them.
I thought you were describing me for a second.
I have never seen a shot that Andrew Garrison didn't like.
I don't know how I feel about that. Here's Philyaw inbounding. Well, we had a quick start there, but to some degree a slow start as well. Neither team really able to establish consistent offensive rhythm from possession to possession. We see some great redeeming qualities from both sides. There's a long triple for Remax just off the mark to be rebounded by Press Play Gaming Lounge. And again, we discussed so many times how great Press Play Gaming Lounge is. 1 through 5 across the board, distribution of success across the roster, and it's a deep roster as well. It's a long-range shot that helps a great deal as well. 9-4 now the lead for the reigning champions. Remax can't quite finish. Philyaw, another long-range triple just off the back of the rim. Press Play Gaming Lounge accelerates downhill, kicks it back out. Great ball movement yet again. Great team basketball from the reigning champions. The shot doesn't fall, though. And Remax has the opportunity to punish on the other end, and they do. It's Housley that time with the shot. A response from Mayberry. That's James Mayberry for Press Play Gaming Lounge. Product of Avon High School. Producing offensively. Remax now. It's a shooting range competition. Great job by Mathisen to keep that one in bounds. He was just towing the line, kept his balance. That could be an offensive foul, and it is. Great job by Henson to take that charge.
Yeah, this game started with some serious out-of-the-gate offense from Press Play. Since then, they've slowed down a little bit, maintaining this 12-7 lead. But Remax is really doing their part and staying in this ball game. They're getting good defensive stops. They're not taking the most wise shots. There's a buried three from Henson.
That's a wise shot from Henson.
Absolutely.
Right there. Right wing triple. He's been great all night. He's clearly the hot hand for Press Play Gaming Lounge.
The guy who I don't understand from Remax is Will Mathisen, where he's a big guy. He is a large dude, pitched in college. It's hard to be a college pitcher if you're not at least, 6'4", 6'5". Big guy. They don't put him on the post ever. He averages about 3 points a game, gets 4 or 5 rebounds. He's really not that impressive offensively, but I feel like they just don't use him well.
Perhaps the construction of the roster is a part of the issue with Remax, but this is a Remax team, the core of it, that has been successful in years past. Some crushing, heartbreaking losses for Rico and his recent teams. Last year, the core of this team played under the name of NBA Math Hoops. Undefeated regular season, lost in the semifinals, blew a 20-point lead to Press Play Gaming Lounge, if I remember correctly.
The old 2001 Mariners treatment.
I hope there's baseball fans in the audience that can appreciate that reference more than me. Press Play Gaming Lounge with the lead and control over the pace of this contest. Henson again fires a triple. You like that shot, though, because he's been making it tonight. Contested shot for Remax. Well done by Travis Clark.
Yeah, Clark was the guy we saw in that game against Mambos where he really had a slow first half and then really came into his own in that second half. But it was with shots like that where he's very settled. He can plant his feet and then take well-advised shots like that.
Housley with the steal, a little bit of a McConnell action, a few blocks away from Gamebridge Fieldhouse, and he gets fouled on the triple attempt. That was a great sequence for Chris Housley, number 91 for Remax Villion Henninger. They're right back in this one. It's a 2-point contest, and that is exactly the type of sequence that this team is going to want to see if it's going to win its first game of the season.
Yeah, I would have had a hard time believing you if you said it was 15-13 as we approach the end of this first quarter. Looking at the sheets on the paper, Press Play Gaming Lounge really has had a better season. I like their roster a whole lot more. But Remax has really proven me wrong so far. They're hanging in there, and much of that comes from the defense. But a chance here for some serious pointage here from Chris Housley.
Makes them both 15-15.
He gets one more.
One more, you're right. I'm not used to that. Those 3-point fouls.
I know.
A great moment.
There should never be a point where you foul a 3-point shooter, but alas.
And much less right off of a turnover.
Yeah.
Just a fantastic sequence for him, and Remax may well have the lead if this free throw meets the same fate, and it does. So 16-15 Remax, 0-2, but not quite the type of 0-team team that you might be used to seeing. There are no bad teams at the City League, is my point. It is impossible to find a roster that is incapable of success, and Remax is a great example of an 0-2 team that is much better than its record suggests. The first quarter is waning to a close.
Yeah,
and Remax could have the lead over the reigning champions by the end of it.
Remax, to your point, had a tough 9-point loss to a team that I think could very well win the whole thing, and that's Mambos. And then just before that, a 1-point loss to Pivot League. I mean, they are very close and very, well-constructed that they could be 2-0 or at least 1-1, and the one game that they lost is to a very strong and very capable Mambos team.
And that Pivot League game as well, I imagine that might be the best we see out of Pivot League this season.
Sure.
I think that was I think they peaked at the beginning. We'll see if that ends up panning out in that exact same way, but you're right, a tough loss, and Remax was shorthanded for much of that game as well. Another triple from Housley. How about that sequence and a turnover on the other end, although Press Play Gaming Lounge was obviously operating a little bit more rushed than usual. Nonetheless, a great sequence and a great end of the quarter for Remax. We enter the seconds here on the City League Live. Noah, what does Press Play Gaming Lounge need to do to turn this one up and really accelerate itself towards a victory?
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the start of this game what they were doing well was they were operating through Hopkins. They were letting Patrick Hopkins work down low, slowing the ball game down. And then once they built their lead, they went back to kind of their typical offensive strategy, and that's let Henson go to work. Johnson's a guy we have not seen a whole lot of. He dropped 28 points last week, and we really have not seen Johnson touch the ball that much tonight. So I think those are your two keys. You let Hopkins continue what he was doing earlier in the game in his excellent post work, and then off of that, let Tyshawn Johnson really work offensively outside of the perimeter.
We'll see if Press Play Gaming Lounge can implement some of those suggestions, or if perhaps they have some different suggestions of their own.
You know, I've not seen Press Play in person or even film yet. I was really expecting some sort of greenery on their uniforms based on the brand that I have learned them from, just from the logo of Press Play Gaming Lounge. Are you a fan of these uniforms?
I am. I like, one thing about the City League is that all of these teams, all of these organizations, they design their own jerseys. They all have the opportunity to put their own creative spin on it, and it creates some spectacular jersey matchups across the league. And, you know, we interviewed Ray Embry, the owner of the Press Play Gaming Lounge here in Brownsburg in the Indianapolis area, and he was really quite excited about the unveilment of these jerseys. The weather robbed us of a City League Media Day this season, which was a real shame, so we didn't get the true excitement of the jersey reveal quite in the same way as we have in years past, but certainly they still are stunning out night after night for all these teams in the City League. It's a great time each and every night with some of these jersey matchups. Here's Press Play Gaming Lounge in the backcourt now. We have yet to see a score in the second quarter. Tyshawn Johnson is certainly a name to trust to fire off that triple from the left wing. It rattles off. Remax works inside, and from the middle of the lane, it's just shy of the bottom of the net. Johnson works back in the other direction, and it's knocked out of bounds by Remax. A squander possession there from Press Play Gaming Lounge, and now Remax works back in the other direction. Phil Yaw passes this time. See if Blewett can defend this one properly. Steals it away. Well done. Just a seamless transition from defense into offense, and he's fouled in transition as well. Super productive possession from Blewett, who, as a graduate of Xavier, is certainly someone that you'd expect to find success.
Yeah, going back to that previous possession, I was honestly proud that they went to Patrick Hopkins, as I said that they should, but Remax really, read the scheming well, and they met him right there for some easy defense. Might take a few more adjustments than that for Press Play to really continue the dominance that we saw in the early minutes.
There's Johnson to Hopkins. Hopkins, top of the key, triple. Rolls around the rim and off the mark. Phil Yaw now crosses the timeline. Closely guarded by Johnson. Phil Yaw blows by him. Good ball movement. Well done by Remax. That's exactly the type of shot you'd want to take. Doesn't quite fall that time for Clark. Seven and a half minutes remaining here in the first half between these two teams. A little bit behind schedule, but not so far that this City League action tonight can't be a great deal of fun. Here's Blewett working inside yet again. Flips it back out to Desmond Mayberry. Desmond Mayberry works inside. Up to Johnson. Johnson right wing triple. Cash.
I was prepared to say that you're allowed to take an extra step for an easier shot, but Tyshawn Johnson does not take it, and he buries a very deep three.
And Mathieson now.
Yeah, there's some
there
paint work from Will Mathieson. That's what I've been waiting for. He's a big dude. Let him go to work.
Perhaps the postman Remax needs, and a triple on the outside over Mathieson is a successful possession for Javon Blewett and Press Play Gaming Lounge yet again. Here's Johnson with it at the top of the key. Hands it off to Mathisen. Mathisen nearly has it stolen away. Does a good job keeping control of it. There's a triple try for Remax. Well done by Johnson.
Remax doing all the right things right now, just staying in this game. They have a lead right now, which is not what I expected out of them at this point in this ball game.
It might be another Elam ending thriller like we saw earlier in the night between IBP and Everwise on the women's division. Here's another triple try from the same spot for Johnson. He hits it, and Remax is hot.
Sean Johnson had 3 points the whole night. Back on earlier this month against Mambos, he has 6 points already in this first half.
Johnson off the glass and through. 27-25 the score. Timeout called by Remax. They want to maintain this advantage. They want to maintain this sense of control over the contest that they have at the moment. They've absolutely flipped the momentum at this time, and this timeout allows them to preserve that as Press Play Gaming Lounge fights and contends.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what is going on in this Press Play huddle right now, because this is a team that on paper I think should dominate this Remax team. Again, without Connor McCaffrey, you got guys like Henson, guys like Blewett, guys like Johnson who on paper have these excellent resumes. But Remax is really outplaying them right now. I'm impressed with the rebounding. I'm impressed with the defense. The three-point shooting has been excellent.
Absolutely. Everything about what we've seen between these two teams indicates that they are both capable of winning games in the postseason, and that's important to note because Remax is 0-2 and Press Play's the reigning champion and is 2-0. It would be rather stunning if Press Play's first loss comes here.
Yeah, especially if you're Press Play, you're the reigning champs, you're coming off a 38-point win. This feels like you're down by 20 right now. It's a very close game. You're only down by 2, but the morale for Press Play has to be ridiculously low just based on the circumstance.
But Press Play is exactly the type of team to battle through and persevere through adversity. Remember, this Press Play team was 2-2 in the regular season last year, got hot at the right time, made it to championship night after a great performance in their games in the postseason over the weekends, and then won on the championship night when it mattered most against Greg Foster's Indianapolis Recorder team.
A team that we'll see later tonight.
It's true. It's a much different Indianapolis Recorder team, but an Indianapolis Recorder team nonetheless. Here's Press Play in transition, looking to work to prevent that turnover from punishing an otherwise strong effort. And that long triple does exactly that. It's Desmond Mayberry. Well done from the Avon products.
He's got this sort of interesting push shot to his three-point shot, but if it works for him, it works for me.
His second. Team first.
No doubt, and there's a foul as Press Play Gaming Lounge makes some line changes here. Johnson is back in. We see Jonathan Pittman, the big man, step in as well. It's a big lineup for Remax with Mathisen and Bode and Clark in as well. Housley certainly packs a punch as well with his physicality. Now here's a triple try for Remax. That one's off the rim and off the mark. Rebounded by Henson. Henson working back in the other direction. 4:20 to play in the half. Henson fights through contact, fights through a contest.
I thought Bodie was straight up there.
It looked like it, but the officials disagree, and that's ultimately the opinion that matters most in this gym.
Emmanuel Colon Romero waits at the scores table, preparing to get his first minutes of the ball game.
Yeah, Rico looking to re-enter after a difficult start there to the first half. He's more of the general manager now. He's a little bit on the older side. He still plays and marshals the basketball and puts together meaningful minutes, plays good defense. Still a great basketball player. Just aware that there are some younger and more springy athletes on the roster in order to give this team as much of a chance to win the City League as possible. Takes a bit of a back seat, sort of like Portia Green, although Portia Green's much more involved for her team. And there is Rico in the left corner with a meaningful triple for Remax.
Yeah, right on cue. You were telling him he doesn't play meaningful minutes anymore.
No, he does. No. He does play meaningful minutes. He just doesn't. He takes more of a backseat role. He's certainly still a very important player to this team's success. He just understands that he's not necessarily going to play all 40 anymore like he may be used to, back when he was a little bit younger at the City League start. It is the 10th year of the City League after all. And that's exactly what his role is, right? He plays hard defense. He comes in after plenty of time on the bench, right? And he comes in and he bangs a triple on the left corner to really spark the team. He's the leader of this team, much like Portia Green in certain ways. He's been at the City League for a while. Last year, arguably had the best team in the league, struggled with injuries, blew a 20-point lead in the semifinals, and that was a heartbreaking end to an otherwise great season. This team has really struggled with some of those heartbreakers in the past. His last two teams, terrifying losses in the semifinals. Last year, obviously, NBA Math Hoops was the team that got the short end of the stick. Against Press Play Gaming Lounge, this team, it's a bit of a revenge matchup. And these free throws create a situation in which Press Play Gaming Lounge has the lead once again.
Yeah, Rico sits back down to make room for Marcus Filial.
We'll see if a couple second chance opportunities create any points for Remax, and it'll be a whistle that extends that opportunity, this time for Mathisen.
Foul Henson, his first, team second.
A little bit of a free throw battle here at the end of the first half. It'll create a lower scoring first half. Mathisen just short, and he knew it.
Yeah, those are the worst when you let go and know it was just not the right release.
That happens to me a lot.
Yeah?
We don't have free throws in pickup basketball, at least in our games, but it doesn't need to be a free throw for me to know it's short. That one a little bit too heavy. Overcompensated. And now Mayberry in transition with 1 minute left, looking to rack up some points. Henson is the man to do it on the right wing. Yet another triple try is successful. This entry pass into Clark, well done by Filial. Great distribution from one of the team captains. Now Henson works inside. Back out to Johnson. Johnson more than capable of creating a shot for himself, but it's ricocheted and into the hands of Mathisen, where Remax will look for an opportunity with numbers, but it's swatted far away by Pittman.
Yeah, that was a situation where Johnson really needed to make the extra pass. I think everybody in this gym saw that coming except for him.
Filial has it at the top of the key, closely guarded by Johnson. Blows by Johnson once again, works inside, looks for a teammate, and instead finds a Press Play Gaming Lounge defender. But Filial steals it right back, and at the buzzer, it's an air ball, and Remax will continue to be down by 2 points as we enter the halftime break. That one must have hurt for Remax.
Absolutely. You get a real chance to put a cherry on the pie that has been this first half. But Filial comes up short.
It's true. We'll be back in a few moments for second half action between Remax, Filial, and Henninger and Press Play Gaming Lounge. You're watching the City League Live. Welcome back to the City League Live. It's second half action between Press Play Gaming Lounge and Remax Philyaw and Henninger. Andrew Garrison and Noah Bedoris with you. Press Play Gaming Lounge leads by 2. And Philyaw quickly looks to make quick work of that lead, and he does. A long-range triple was wide open. He took it, he made it, and Remax leads by 1.
Yeah, he shrugs his shoulders after that make. Only shoots 3 ball at about a 20% accuracy. Nice to see the young man break out for his first 3 of the game.
Henson now seeks a response. Instead, he passes it off to his teammate Mayberry, who misfires just a little bit long. And now it's Philyaw with the rebounds, working back the other way. Housley is at 2 in a row, not quite. Rebounded by Press Play Gaming Lounge. Here's Johnson working downhill, up, under, through contact, through a contest, and off the mark. And well done by Clark to gather the rebound that time. Now here's Press Play Gaming Lounge in transition as Philyaw lost the basketball. Henson off the glass and just off the mark. Philyaw all over the place there for the rebound that time. Matisse now inside. Some post work from him, not quite. Kicks it back out to a teammate in Johnson. That's Sean Johnson, who then finds Housley. Housley to Philyaw, into Clark. Clark backs down Blewett. Great mid-range post work. Well done by Clark. That's exactly what Remax is looking for in the interior.
Yeah, Travis Clark is an absolute mid-range artist when he's on. That's a prime example of what he's capable of doing.
Pittman misfired. And now again in transition, it's Remax Philyaw and Henninger putting himself in a good position. Matisse with some post work, not quite. He kicks it back out to Clark once again. Another very well done move in the interior by Clark. He is clearly the headlining man for Remax in that area of the floor at the moment. Here's Blewett, contested triple, bang, got it. Over Matisse's outstretched hands. Philyaw crosses the timeline. Finds Clark. And now Matisse left wing triple. That one's just off the back of the rim. Now it finds Johnson. Johnson fires once again. Quick fire triple. Got it.
Sean Johnson is automatic so far tonight. His third three-pointer of the game.
Now Blewett again over the outstretched arms of Matisse. This time it's off the back of the rim. The contest was enough to send that shot askew. Matisse in the left corner. Finds Housley. Housley on the right wing. 7 minutes left to play in the third quarter. He'll find Matisse. Matisse has it stolen from him. It's been a great battle to watch Matisse and Blewett go head-to-head. College baseball, college basketball, 2 players of similar height and similar stature. Blewett's got the better of him so far, but that's a great battle. Here's Clark now. This time a little bit too far out. That mid-range jumper is off the backboard, but not the rim, so it's a shot clock violation that'll send the basketball back towards Press Play Gaming Lounge.
I mean, this is in a really great way, but does this referee look more like Michael Phelps or John Krasinski to you?
I'll go Michael Phelps.
But you see both, right?
And
I feel like those are both really good people to be compared to.
Yes, actually, now that I look a little bit more closely, I do agree. But I'll go Michael Phelps, at least from the side profile. Here's Tyshawn Johnson working downhill, off the glass and through. It's unbelievable to me that can just come to your brain, that you can just think those things.
What can I say?
Right? I mean, yeah, you and the audience might not know, maybe they do, but I feel like you have some good comedic ingenuity. Some ingenuity offensively for Remax. Draws a whistle.
Patrick Hopkins set the check back in.
That'll be really important.
Absolutely. If you can establish some slow down post work through Patrick Hopkins, I think that can really be where Press Play finds their footing here in this third quarter.
And Hopkins is certainly someone that can take control of the interior all on his own. Some teams need 2 bigs. Some teams need 2 bigs to play together. Some teams need 2 bigs to alternate through. That's sort of what we saw more from Horizon League, kind of in both ways on the women's side. Patrick Hopkins is huge for this Press Play Gaming Lounge team because you can put him in the center between the blocks and feel totally okay about that area of the floor and then operate with efficiency in other areas and then, really become a formidable opponent for other forces to contend with. And that's part of how they won the championship last year. Here's Tyshawn Johnson working downhill through contact once again. He'll head to the line.
Johnson, the former Pike Red Devil, averaged about 9 points per game at between 3 different NCAA schools. Part of this plethora of Division I talent on display here at the City League. But as you mentioned, they come from Indy, they go all around the country, sometimes even the world, and they come back here to the Circle City to put on a show.
A lot of times the world, to be real with you. A lot of players here. It's not all. We've had some players that have found their way into the WNBA, right? Even Michaela Epps of Elevate Indianapolis, who we saw yesterday, drafted by the Chicago Sky. But a lot of times it's players that play professionally overseas who you can follow in the fall and the winter as those seasons commence a little bit later on in the calendar year.
I mean, we'll see a guy later tonight who, my understanding, has played professional ball in 10 different countries.
It's super impressive and really speaks to the talent level here at the City League. Filia works inside, and that will not be a backcourt violation. Well done by Clark. Housley now with a contested triple. He made space for himself, lost it by a great closeout from Johnson, but he knocked down the triple anyway. Henson now from long range. That's off the front of the rim to be rebounded by Clark. Clark now to Housley. Up to Clark. Filia, left wing. Surveying his options. Third quarter, running out of time. Rico fires just off the mark. The putback isn't there. Well defended by Henson, who now pushes the pace back the other way. Blewett is there for the give and go. Contact. There's a foul to be a blocking foul. Do you agree with that one, Noah?
I don't personally. I thought he was very still and stable, planted his feet outside of the zone. I disagree with that call, but I would have rather have preferred a no call than a call in general. The issue with press play that I'm seeing right now, you're playing from behind, and they're really having too many one-and-done possessions. Their biggest issue right now is offensive rebounding, and I really worry for them for the rest of this game if they can't convert on more offensive rebounds.
And it's not even necessarily the player's fault. I mean, this is a kind of a really bad matchup for press play now that we look at it with just how big Remax is in the front court. Patrick Hopkins isn't playing all 40 minutes, which is totally normal. But even when he's in there, there's just so many big bodies around him. It's totally possible that he gets beat out for totally understandable reasons. Here's Housley now on the block. That was a great contest from Hopkins, though. That's evidence of his presence being a major part of Press Play Gaming Lounge's success this season, and now Johnson is able to put the putback through. So Press Play Gaming Lounge really cuts this deficit, and another turnover and another lay-in from Henson completely flips this game on its head. Press Play Gaming Lounge has the lead out of nowhere. That is the sign of a reigning champion stepping onto the court at the City League.
Yeah, this is such a weird game to watch because with the eye test, it really feels like that Remax is playing better fundamental basketball. They're getting more rebounds. They're getting more stops. But Press Play is just such a higher firepower team that a quick turn in events like that gives you an automatic 1-point lead.
And Press Play Gaming Lounge more than likely has the better player, the best player on the court right now with Trevon Blewett. Perhaps Tyshawn Johnson has an argument as well. No Connor McCaffrey tonight for Remax. Press Play Gaming Lounge in transition. Again, they play so fast, so speedy, so efficient, but that time can't quite find an efficient possession. And Remax has an opportunity to swing the lead back. Perhaps they hold for the final shot, perhaps not. Clark looks for an action, seeks a screen, poked away by Hopkins. Housley on the right wing, well defended by Mayberry. A great trap, but Clark is right there. The wide open man, a lob set up for Mathisen. He got it and the foul. Post work from Mathisen.
Beautiful basketball right there from Remax. Everything clicking. No notes. Absolutely no notes.
And Mathisen filling the exact role that you described that he should a little bit earlier on in the contest. No notes for you either.
No notes. I appreciate that.
Mathisen makes the free throw. It wasn't too short or too strong that time. And now Press Play Gaming Lounge has the opportunity to hold for the final shot. Do they look for a triple? Probably. Hopkins steps up for a ball screen. Henson now works off of it. Double contested triple. It's off the side of the rim to be rebounded by Filiaw, and that will be the half. 51-49, the lead for Remax, Filiaw, and Henninger. Press Play Gaming Lounge right there in it, though, as we now enter the fourth quarter between these two sides. Noah, what have you seen, and what do you expect to see in the fourth?
It's been an awesome game. It's really, your stereotypical basketball game where you really have two teams that are swinging back and forth, both teams going on runs, both teams going from sloppy play. You make your adjustments, you figure things out. This is going to be a very mentally straining final few minutes of basketball here for these teams because you're going up against two very contrasting styles of basketball. So I'm curious about how they'll make these final adjustments because it's that chess game of moves and counter moves. How does press play go about being, undersized and some degree undermanned? How does Remax go up against this, fire in your mouth shooting from press play?
It's a tricky matchup. It's a tricky encounter between these two teams, and it's evidenced by the fact that it's a very close game, as you mentioned. Fourth quarter incoming, and again, we're looking forward to potentially another great Elam ending experience.
Travis Clark is a guy that I have my eye on for these
coming, and again, we're looking forward to potentially another great Elam ending experience.
Travis Clark is a guy that I have my eye on for these final 10 minutes for Remax. You might call him the big fundamental. You see him playing some full court press right there.
Johnson into Hopkins. Beautiful basketball from Press Play Gaming Lounge. That's what we're used to seeing from the reigning champions. And now that lead is extended as Press Play Gaming Lounge continues to find success in the game's most meaningful moments. Here's Mathisen. Some post work from him. Does he take it all the way to the rack? He elevates in the mid-range. It's off the glass, off the rim, and off the mark, but still a strong possession from him. Not quite the result he was looking for. Press Play Gaming Lounge with a rebound through three defenders by Henson. How successful and how pivotal and impactful has he been today? He'll go to the line.
Yeah, Henson, as I mentioned, dropped 28 last week against Pivot League, joining Johnson as 28-point scorers. Not a surprise the night that he's showing us, but certainly a welcome surprise for this Press Play team that is in perhaps a tighter situation than they had imagined.
(56-51) now, so the first free throw drops. And the second one meets the same fate. So Press Play Gaming Lounge is extending the lead by possession after possession. And that's what's important in those final few minutes before the Elam ending target score hits the board. That's exactly what we discussed last game, as Irsay YMCA fell far behind Horizon League, and it could be the same here. That triple would have accelerated that process. Not quite. 57-51 still the score, and there's a foul in transition. The running clock will continue to roll.
Yeah, Press Play's playing excellent defense right now, and that's really what's propelled them into this lead here as we approach near the halfway point in this fourth quarter. They're not letting Remax get really anything offensively right now. As soon as there's a guy that they think is a threat down low, like we see with Clark right now, they're probably going to send a double team as soon as he steps into the paint.
It's Housley, left wing. He finds Clark. Clark to Johnson. Johnson, long range from the right wing. That's just off the mark. It was close.
And that's what good defense does, is it leaves the only option, a 40-foot three-pointer.
So Press Play Gaming Lounge is known for. Johnson takes a similarly distanced shot and now fouls him on the other end. That was Clark tumbling to the floor. But nearly a wild block from Johnson. His vertical is unbelievable, but instead it's a foul and two shots.
Yeah, all you really can do in that situation, guarding a much stronger Travis Clark, all you can do is foul and hope.
Absolutely, as there's a brief pause on the floor. Looks like a slight wet spot there after the tumble. And the clock will stop at 5:36 as we resolve that situation. They resolve that situation. I suppose we're not helping very much from over here.
It's called moral support.
It's true. Good eye. Here's the free throws on the way from Travis Clark. First one is off the back of the rim. He'll have another. And the running clock continues after that shot was released. Well, again, it's a real logjam in the men's division, as it always is, because there are 12 teams and they each play 4 games, and that creates our playoff bracket, which will take place on the men's and women's divisions on August 1st and 2nd.
You can't go 0 for 2 from the line right there when you're down this late in the game.
You make a good point. And now Johnson looking to go to the line himself. I was going to say score that exact amount of points in just one swift move, one fell swoop. He'll have to go to the line and do it in 2 fragmented swoops. Under 5 minutes. And the first one falls. And that's just another difference between Press Play Gaming Lounge and this Remax team. Those free throws in crunch time and the most important moments, that's the difference between a reigning champion and the team that lost in the semifinals.
Yeah.
And in some ways in the City League, given how small the margins of error are, the difference between a 2-0 and an 0-2 team in certain situations.
The game's a full 40 minutes. It's the teams that play a full 40 minutes are the ones that win. Time for maybe 1 or 2 possessions here before we decide the final verdict.
Here's Filya in long 2 range. And Clark with the putback. Well done.
Timeout, Press Play, their first.
So they'll just burn a timeout here to establish the number to gain.
You're right, 58-53. We see that a lot when the leading team gets the ball. It'll be 67, the target score between these two teams. First to reach that number, 67, is the victor this evening. Still got one more game on the way for you here on the City League Live. It'll be between Prodigy Sports Network and Indianapolis Recorder. Greg Foster versus Mike Saunders Jr. should be a fantastic matchup per usual at the City League. But first, we await the conclusion of this one. Do the reigning champions remain undefeated this season, or do Remax Filya and Henninger pick up their first win? How do you think this one's shaking out, Noah? You've been hot with your predictions so far tonight.
Going into halftime, I really thought that Remax was the hot hand. I thought if they can just continue this pace, they are really looking sharp. Press Play is just playing better basketball right now, and it's hard to bet against a team who is coming off a 38-point win. You know, I know that was Pivot League, but a team that put up 100 points just a week ago, I really do not want to doubt. And so Press Play is still my pick for tonight. I think that, building off this lead is such a automatic advantage when you get down to this, target score format.
That's exactly where we are now. And the scoreboard turns off once again.
We know what the
power
score
issues.
is.
We do. We can count.
Yeah,
they can count.
We don't need a clock anymore.
It's true. I suppose the most important point is that the players can know the score at any given moment. Just a quick look up. I guess the game could still occur, but the referees keeping score in their heads. But it's important for the players to understand the situation as well. I wonder what the power issues are. We sometimes have connection issues over here. Obviously, it's a little bit different.
It's been a weird night. Scoreboard's having problems. Our camera's been having problems. The lights have been on and off occasionally.
That's true. But we survived nonetheless.
Yeah. We press on.
Press Play Gaming Lounge is surviving as well, up 58-53. The reigning champions from last season. 2-0, looking to preserve that undefeated mark. Right there on the front of your screen, you see Henson and Johnson, both of whom have had amazing performances here tonight. Johnson looking to continue that in the downhill direction, working through the towering trees, but Mathisen finds the rebounds. And now Filya working back the other direction. Villia's fired plenty of long-range triples. He's made a few. Now Mathisen has a wide-open triple from the corner. It's off the back of the rim. And no one is in position for the rebound, but a whistle prevents Press Play Gaming Lounge from working back in the other direction in fast break. That's a foul on Bluewitz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is a situation where if you're Press Play, you can't let Remax get themselves back in this game. Defensive rebounds are your best friend right now, as the defensive stop is equally friendly right here.
Henson now working downhill, and he's upset with himself as he lost control of that one. It's out of bounds and back towards Remax. Villiard commandeers the offense as he crosses the timeline, closely guarded by Johnson. Plays off the screen. Works his way downhill, up under and off the mark. The rebound just astray, and Mayberry there in transition lays it in past Mathisen, who couldn't quite close the gap in time. Press Play Gaming Lounge extending the lead. They must score 7 before Remax scores 14 in order to achieve victory here in each team's third game of the City League season. Here's Filia. There's a lob. It's off the mark and rebounded by Press Play Gaming Lounge. The lob dunk to spark a comeback for Remax does not drop, and that's indicative of this fourth quarter for the underdogs.
Yeah, the lob is a bad sign for Remax. I'll say why in a moment as Bodie slams it down. 2 weeks ago when they played Mambos, Remax did not throw up a lob until they were already down by 15, 20 points. The lob is a desperation move from Remax to just try to get themselves back in this game. I know a 7-point deficit is not quite desperation time, but any basketball expert would tell you that a not wide open lob is not a well-advised shot.
Absolutely, and just like with Horizon League about an hour ago, Press Play Gaming Lounge is up big, not quite as big as Horizon League, but still playing such sound offense, playing such sound basketball in transition and across the board. Hard defense as well. Difficult defense, sound in transition, successful and efficient on offense. It's just so difficult to outscore a team that's playing that well. If you're going to be down by more than a possession or two in the Elam ending, the only way you're going to really flip the result is if the other team also gets cold. It's almost like golf, where once you're down 2 or 3 strokes, you really need to rely, obviously, on the leader collapsing to some degree.
Yeah.
And in the Elam ending, it's very similar. It's just, unless you play great defense, but even still, it's just sometimes so difficult in transition and across the board to prevent those long-range triples and transition buckets from going through.
And when you miss dunks and you miss free throws like we're seeing right now, that is not a good sign.
And those margins the margin for error is so small, and those margins of the City League are the difference between a 2-1 team and an 0-3 team.
Whoa.
And there's a foul that time. Rico on the other end wants a travel. Press Play Gaming Lounge celebrates on the bench.
If this was a democracy of an officiating crew, I would have voted travel.
And I would trust your vote more than most people in this gym because you're neutral in this situation. I wonder how that would go. I guess just in NBA games, just whoever the home team is, that would be bad.
You know that one commercial where it's like a high school game and they're in the huddle and they get the out of bounds and the kid's like, "I touched the ball, coach. I touched it." You know what I'm talking about? Like
I don't, but I believe you.
The kid's honest that it was out on him, and it's like a sportsmanship commercial.
Oh, I see.
My point is a few fans would probably vote against their own team just for the sake of being right.
Here's Housley on the left wing. Got it. Big shot for Remax if it wants to come back in this one, and there's a foul in transition. Mayberry was really trying to push the pace. A triple away from victory, and now more than likely.
And who else but Sean Johnson to check back in, a guy who is known for shooting the lights out. If you need a guy to get yourself back in a game, he's your man.
I was about to say more than likely just a bucket away, but it seems like Mayberry thought that there were free throws, and our guy Ref Rob here on the sideline thought it was an inbounds. And he was correct after further review. Here's Press Play Gaming Lounge inbounding it to Henson. Closely guarded by Johnson. working downhill through contact. No foul call that time. A foul the second time on the rebounds. Looks like 2 shots for Press Play Gaming Lounge. So what I previously prematurely stated, that they're just going to be about a bucket away from victory. That's the case now, as long as Henson makes at least one of these free throws.
If you're Remax right now, it doesn't matter what Press Play does in this possession. You go down, you get Sean Johnson open, you let him chuck till he misses.
It's a fair assessment of their.
Maybe Chris Housley also can shoot.
I think definitely Chris Housley can shoot. I love that as well.
I like Chris Housley shooting as well.
And again, we like entertaining basketball.
Yeah.
We're impartial. And I've seen my fair share. I'd like to see more, but I've seen a fair share of collapses and comebacks in the Elam endings. Part of why this is such a great way to play basketball. As Press Play Gaming Lounge is now 1 point away from victory and now is competing in a 4v5. Here's a triple try for Remax that's off the mark, but Travis Clark looks to put the putback back up through. And a foul, but not quite, and then a foul as Blewett falls behind the baseline.
That's terrible.
That could end it on free throws.
I mean, we just called 2 guys on Remax, Housley and Johnson, who are excellent three-point shooters. And Hunter Bodie unloads and misses pretty much everything. And you get a one and done, and now you're going the other way, and 1 out of 2 free throws sends you home.
And this could be the free throw that does it. Not quite. Blewett will have another chance, though.
What if?
He misses the second one as well. Fights for the rebound. Doesn't quite find it. Press Play Gaming Lounge is going to have to play defense before they escape this one. Filia with a long-range triple off the mark. Another name we didn't mention previously. And now it's Chyshawn Johnson back the other way as well. He lays it up and in, and that's it. Press Play Gaming Lounge maintains its undefeated mark. A 3-0 start to a 4-game season in the regular season for Press Play Gaming Lounge. Remax falls to 0-3, but both teams are clearly formidable, and both teams are clearly capable of success. Press Play Gaming Lounge, the reigning champions, remain undefeated.
Yeah, one more ball game on deck. We'll be right back for it.
It should be a great time. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the last game between Prodigy Sports Network and Indianapolis Recorder on the City League Live.
It's the City League after hours here. A 9:30 tip is what we're going for right now. The nightcap of what was originally a 9 p.m. tip. Fourth of 4 games, second of 2 men's games. We got a good one. Indianapolis Recorder taking on Prodigy Sports Network. Noah Bedoris alongside Andrew Garrison. Tank, let's have a good final game.
Absolutely. It's the Greg Foster show now, and Mike Saunders Jr. is also very capable of individual success offensively on the other end as well. It should be 2 great star guards squaring off in this contest. I'm very, very excited to see those 2 great star guards compete against one another and the rosters around one another as well. And I count 5 players for Indianapolis Recorder. Do you count a 6? Because I don't.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't see, and that's on me. But I see enough.
There's oh, you mean on the bench? I was thinking 4 and 5. Yeah, I believe we have an empty bench.
Yes, so that's the point I was looking to make there.
Yeah.
The situation where Indianapolis Recorder might play without subs against an already great Prodigy Sports Network team.
And an opening layup from Newton is no good.
Not the start this team was looking for.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of pace Prodigy plays with right now. Foster with it at the top of the key. Bailey unloads a deep 3. Unable to get scoring started that way. Moving the other way now is Britton Watts. He tries his own. Doinks off. Greg Foster thought about it. Was looking for Jackson instead. Gets Jackson. There's 2 number 4s on the floor right now.
It is Shiloh Jackson, though, that just had the basketball.
Yeah, Shiloh Jackson is the big man down low right now. Foster gets rid of it as time expires. That's going to be a shot clock violation.
An unfortunate one, and Indianapolis Recorder will have a second chance to score the first bucket of the contest. Indianapolis Recorder, it's hard to say things like this in a men's league that's so deep and so expansive with 12 teams, but maybe Indianapolis Recorder has the best backcourt in the league.
Saunders bricks on another 3, and we are still scoreless here almost at 90 seconds into this ball game. Bailey way off that time. It's only 9:30, Andrew. I mean, these guys had plenty of time to get ready, plenty of time to get shots up, and we are 0 for a million to start this ball game.
Well, this is a real thing. It's a real phenomenon I've noticed where the late game has tougher times shooting the basketball, especially from long range, partially because I'm sure of the body clocks and the REM clocks and just the time of day.
Right on cue, Dwayne Robinson can't handle that pass. These guys are playing sleepy right now. 2 minutes in, no points. Foster, can he break the drought? No, he can't. Long rebound, nobody gets it. Finally, Saunders comes away with it, goes to the other end, and lays it in, and we can all take a sigh of relief. Those are the first points of the ball game.
It's true. It won't be scoreless all the way through this one.
Bailey with a 3XL t-shirt underneath that number 16 jersey. He uncorks one and drains it. 3-2 is your score. Ethan Britton Watts dishes it over into the corner. Shot is up, no good. Rebound Bibbs. It's down low for Jackson. They're going to say he took too many steps.
No argument there from Prodigy Sports Network that time. And you're right, it's a slow start, but it's only a matter of time between these premier guards get going. Mike Saunders Jr. and Greg Foster, both electric, both fantastic throughout the City League so far, and Saunders has the basketball right now.
Yeah, Saunders hoping to get some offense rolling right now. It's a very slow start. As Britton Watts tries a 3. After some scurrying around, gets it back, tries another 3, and he's 0 for 2 in the past 10 seconds. Here's a shot, no good. Rebound Prodigy. Bailey with it. Unloads a 3 on the right wing, no good. EBW, nothing there for the young man.
And he's been awesome for Indianapolis Recorder as well. I don't want to just repeat the fact that Mike Saunders Jr. is awesome over and over this broadcast. EBW is another one that has really contributed to this backcourt success.
And Foster sends a pass that might have made it outside if the windows were open. 3-2 as we approach the halfway point of this first quarter. What's it going to take, Andrew? Somebody's got to break out.
And again, Greg Foster and Mike Saunders Jr., two of the most potent options to do just that.
Saunders front rim, nothing.
Foster didn't contest it, and he didn't need to.
Going the other way, that pass is batted out of bounds. Will stay right here. As members of Remax sit on the recorder bench.
And keep that in mind as well. Indianapolis Recorder is just going to get more tired throughout this contest if they don't have any subs arrive a little bit later on.
Newton gives it to Saunders. Saunders guarded by Foster, puts up a mid-range jumper. Nothing but iron there. Here's down low for Bibbs. Gets fouled going up. And some chance for some free throw points for Tyler Bibbs. Another former Lawrence North Wildcat.
Yeah, the shots aren't falling for Saunders. And again, sometimes in the late games, that's just what happens. But this is a massive game in the standings. Again, both of these teams, I mean, Prodigy's 2-1, Recorder is 1-1. This is Prodigy Sports Network's last game of the regular season. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2 is the difference between being just another middle-of-the-pack team and potentially being a team that could even receive a first-round bye if they're one of those top four or the top two in each pool. And so each of these teams are certain, at least, I mean, definitely each team is capable of doing that. They each only have one loss. Indianapolis Recorder with a real rough loss at the beginning of the season. They've been able to bounce back since then.
Rebound Newton. He'll go the other way now. Sends it down low. And a nice, pretty shot off the glass from Britton Watts. Makes it a 4-4 ball game. That was just a pure stroke high off the glass, finding that top right corner. Exactly what they teach you back at IBA. Greg Foster finds some open space. Thought he had an easy layup, but it's swatted out of bounds. Prodigy will get another shot at it.
Yes, indeed. And Greg Foster seems to wince a little bit. Got to hope he's at full strength for this one and moving forward.
We're calling off-ball foul before the inbound.
Foster's limping a little bit. He's hiding it well, but that's not insignificant at this juncture.
Travis Buggs does the inbound. Bailey with it. Near midcourt. Really near midcourt now. Nearly tiptoes into the backcourt. Lob is up. Unable to slam it down to Shiloh Jackson. He gets his own rebound. Calling for the ball is Buggs. Jackson takes it himself. Can't get the roll. Recorder taking it the other way now. Britton Watts slithering through traffic. Guarded a an arm's distance away by Foster. Britton Watts turns around and buries a shot to make it a 6-4 game.
There's Britton Watts doing exactly what we suggested earlier, just supplementing that scoring for Saunders Jr., relieving some of that load.
They call a foul and one. Bailey the beneficiary. A couple of Recorder fans calling for travel, but Bailey will take the opportunity to seize the three-point play. Davion Bailey was a Cardinal twice. Played some college ball at Ball State. Follow that up with some Incarnate Word Ball. Both those schools sporting Cardinal mascots. He sinks the free throw, 7-6 your score.
You support Cardinal mascots too, don't you?
I do. I do support one in terms of Major League Baseball. And occasionally the NFL. And a nice layup there, giving the Recorder the lead back.
Beautiful, beautiful move.
Yeah.
Recorder's way in this one only with 5 players. It's important that they amass a lead heading into halftime so they have some wiggle room to work with.
Recorder's a team that carries 10 guys on the roster. You would think that a couple of extra guys would show up as Britton Watts draws the and one. 10 dudes are on this roster and only 5 showed up.
A little bit behind schedule. It's the late game here. It's obviously a night where we all have work tomorrow.
Hey, if I have work tomorrow and I show up, surely one of these 5 guys can fill the bench.
I'm sure there's a registration rule against this, but I haven't played pickup basketball in a while, and I would love to hop
Put me in,
there.
coach. Put me in.
Totally.
Britton Watts seals the three-point play. 11-7 as we near the end of this first quarter. Should have fallen for Davion Bailey. Can't get it. Going the other way now is Saunders. He faces some contact, goes with the right hand, and a little bit of fingers spinning. Puts the ball on the bottom of the hoop. They'll take us to the end of the first quarter. And a chance here for a free point.
Absolutely. With no consequences. If you miss it, there's no opportunity for a meaningful rebound.
The buzzer sounds. That's how the first 10 minutes will end. It took us about 2 minutes to score, but 14-7 is your first quarter tally. Recorder leading at the first break. Andrew, they've picked up a little bit of steam at the second half of that first quarter. What's it going to take for these teams to really break out of this offensive slump?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts on Prodigy's side with Greg Foster really getting going. He's definitely the leader of that team, and it definitely spreads when he's playing with urgency and intensity. And I wonder if he's at full strength. I don't want to speculate in any way, but we saw a couple winces, we call a couple limps. And so Shiloh Jackson as well down low is a key. He's definitely the tallest player on the floor. He definitely has the greatest height and size advantage across the board. Prodigy Sports Network seems to have that size advantage for the most part. So I think down low, that could be fascinating. Shiloh Jackson is absolutely a lob target across the board. We also notably don't have Xavier Turner for Prodigy Sports Network. He is integral to that backcourt success across the board. Integral to just the greatness of the City League. Xavier Turner is probably my favorite player on the men's side, if not Greg Foster, which makes this team one of my favorites to watch.
Foster takes it himself. Can't get the roll, but he draws some contact. It's a free throw game here in this first half.
And we see Foster illustrate exactly what I think is so important. That time he doesn't quite get the bucket, but he gets the whistle. And just to see these free throws fall could allow Foster to get going and maybe the rest of the Prodigy Sports Network team as a whole. Foster is great in the Elam ending. He's great in clutch time. If he can just get his team there, if he can just get his team close enough, if the team can get Foster close enough perhaps, and I think Foster is going to be able to potentially flip this result down the stretch. But Mike Saunders Jr. absolutely capable of that on the other end.
First foul shot rattles in. Foster coming off a 20-point double-double. He had 20 and 10 just a week ago against Drone Force. Also had 3 assists, 2 steals on a block that night. Not a bad night for the man from 10 countries. The other way now for Recorder. Saunders with it in the corner, guarded by who else but Greg Foster. Saunders sizing him up. He wants to step back. Instead he drives, faces some traffic. The crowd thought he did enough to draw a foul, but instead we will go the direction of Prodigy. Other end now, Bugs releases a 3 and just too strong. Shot is up, no good. Rebound Foster. Foster smelling blood now. Feeds it down low and a nice easy lay-in for Vashawn Daniels Jr. Saunders hoping to involve some of his teammates here. Instead, a one-and-done three-pointer.
But, I mean, if you're watching at home and this is your first time seeing Apples a quarter, I don't hate that at all because Saunders Jr. is electric in the backcourt often. And even in the loss for Apples a quarter, he was by far the best player. And then, of course, most recently coming off the win against Indy BizPass, a true quality win. He's really led this backcourt to some success, so I'd like to see him keep shooting, and I'm glad he still is.
Foster steps back, goes in and out. Now for the quarter, a nice spin move, going underhand with the left. Can't get it. Bailey now. High arcing 3. Too strong. Rebound, Tyler Bibbs. He puts it in. 14-13 your score. 7:11 to play in this first half. Saunders, another one-and-done three. No dice. Davion Bailey feeds it down low for Bibbs, who gets it into the corner for Bashawn Daniels, whose shot comes up empty. Rebound Foster. Bailey will try it again. Too strong. Saunders gets the rebound, trying to go coast to coast. Lays it in with the right hand.
It may not be around the arc for Saunders, but sometimes in the downhill direction is where his success exists, and that time that was the case in that last possession.
Entry pass is interrupted, taken the other way, now forward quarter. Saunders in the corner. On the elbow. Jumper's good.
Now he's going. Now Saunders is flowing, and we'll see if Foster can match that output.
Foster tries to take it himself. Faces some contact, but Bashawn Daniels there for the cleanup. Recorder looking for somebody besides Saunders to get something done, and there's an and one bucket here. Definitely what the doctor ordered for a team that is in desperate need of some help.
This Indianapolis Recorder team, again, is very much in contention for a successful run this season. Obviously playing well right now with only 5 players as we count in the gym. Their first game against Prudential, they lost 89-61, and I think a lot of people counted this team out. But ever since then, you got the win against Indy BizPass, who is, not anyone to scoff at, and then now contending and in front of Prodigy Sports Network, who is, albeit shorthanded, granted, Recorder is too, still a great squad with its best player on the floor.
Daniels misses the free throw, other end of the court. Davion Bailey, beautiful finger roll. And now Britton Watts loses the handle. It will trickle out of bounds. And Bailey will do the honors, giving his team possession back. Foster, head full of steam, can't hold on to it.
It's a bit of an off game so far for Foster, not something we usually see. Typically, it's just perfect basketball all the time with him at the City League. Although I will say, I believe he played in a one-on-one competition last night.
Really?
And I don't know how that went, but I saw it on the City League Instagram story when I got home from the City League last night. Typically, he's here spectating. Wasn't last night. It's because he was in action.
Another finger roll layup here for Dwayne Robinson, product of Indiana University East. Pass to Jackson is disputed by Saunders, who can't go coast to coast. Some more fast-paced offense here. Foster with it. Feeds it down low to Jackson, who finishes for 2 more. Britton Watts trying to slow things down. Guarded heavily by Davion Bailey. Watts double team. Dishes it over to Daniels, who can't find the basketball, but it'll stay right here for the Indianapolis Recorder. Inbound goes to Britton Watts, who buries a corner 3.
Super well done there towards the end of the half. Again, it's a possession game early on, heading into the Elam ending. With an Elam ending across the board, it's less about points and more about possessions. And Indianapolis Recorder up 2 possessions, could be up 3 if they get a stop and a score.
Jackson, some nice, patient post work, using the size advantage over his smaller opponent. Brings the lead to just 4. Britton Watts tries it again. He's claiming that he got smacked on the hand, but I was always told that hand is ball. As the scoreboard turns off once again, and Project's got to be upset about that, as Shiloh Jackson could have had an easy layup, but instead will reset for, once again, some electrical malfunctions.
It interrupts the momentum on comebacks and on lead extensions across the board. Interrupts the momentum of the action in any way, and we'll see if this can be resolved quickly.
Sort of like what I heard the general perspective of soccer fans was with the implementation of the hydration break during the most recent FIFA World Cup.
What'd you think of it?
As a person who's used to watching quarters, I was okay with it. And I mean,
I guess that's part of the problem with.
yeah.
Yeah.
I personally, I obviously am not a big soccer. I'm gonna have to be in the fall.
No doubt. Yeah, absolutely. You and Jack Rizzo
yeah.
will provide some great
I'll be
coverage.
covering for both WIUX and the Indiana Daily Student. But I'm not the greatest soccer mind, and so I wasn't super keen on the inside joke of it's the best soccer ever, and then all of a sudden a hydration break comes up. I also stood outside this summer and understood how hot it was, and if I'm a soccer player, I might appreciate some water after running around for 25 minutes.
Absolutely. It's a great point. And this is a bit of a hydration break, or at least a breath break for these players. We see Ref Rob take a seat there on the bench.
He's earned it.
No doubt. Yeah, absolutely. Major proponent of local basketball, community basketball. Recreational physical activity across the board. And he makes it happen. We couldn't do it without these officials. They all do a great job.
They do. Back to regular action. Shiloh Jackson going down low and gets the points that he probably felt he missed out on earlier. Timeout called by the recorder.
A bit of a ball don't lie situation there with Shiloh Jackson.
Exactly.
It was meant to be, and it ultimately was fulfilled.
It's a little interesting. Without anybody on the bench, who's calling timeout? There is one injured recorder. But you know what I mean? When there's a completely emptied out bench, you don't have any player managers, any support.
But we have that support right there.
Yeah.
And that's all that Indianapolis recorder needed in that situation to call that timeout. 2:45 to go in the half. Another low-scoring contest, another slow contest.
But it's a close one, and I appreciate that from these two
Totally.
teams. Two of our ball games already were exceptionally exceptional. That middle one was a little bit of a blowout, but some more competitive basketball is absolutely welcome here at the City League. Back from the timeout. Daniels the inbounder. Saunders running the point. Skip pass to Newton. Guarded heavily by Bibbs. Newton trying to create some space. He's double teamed. Kicks it back out for Robinson. Robinson uncorks a three and buries it. Just ahead of the shot clock. Dwayne Robinson drains the three. 28-23 your score as we approach the 2-minute mark.
Well, since the slow start for both sides, Indianapolis Quarters really had a consistent stream of output. It's not enough to win most nights at the City League, but might be enough to beat Prodigy Sports Network tonight.
Bibbs hits backboard and nothing else as the scoreboard turns off once again. Britton Watts puts up a three. They're going to count it as they should. Ethan Britton Watts joining Mike Saunders Jr. on kind of this 1 to 2 man show right now for the recorder. Dwayne Robinson obviously hitting that three is a welcome sight for a team that earlier in this game was operating almost entirely through Mike Saunders.
Scoreboard's back, but a few seconds probably lost. That doesn't necessarily help Prodigy Sports Network, who's at a deficit at the moment.
Shiloh Jackson fades away, can't get it. Tyler Bibbs with the rebound. And you bet with the lay-in. Saunders with 80 seconds to play. Thought about unloading, does now. Back rim, nothing. Foster with it, top of the key. Tyler Bibbs now, into the paint. Pass is tipped away by Saunders. It'll stay in possession of Prodigy. Bailey receives the inbound. Quick release. Can't get it. And they'll say last touch by Chase Newton.
The seconds waning here at the City League. It's the last game of the night, last game of the week.
Bugs Can't get it. Going the other way now is Mike Saunders here for the recorder. 20 seconds. 31-25 your score. Recorder leading. Saunders slipped a little bit, maintained the dribble, kicks it back out to Britton Watts. 9 seconds to play. Watts gets rid of it. Down low now for Newton, and a shot clock violation just ahead, or just before Newton was able to get rid of the basketball.
Looks like a timeout by Prodigy just before the break and just before the scoreboard flipped off.
And we'll see how much time they give him, as Britton Watts receiving some body armor from a friend in the stands. Sort of like, you ever see Hunger Games or read Hunger Games?
The Hunger Games I'm familiar with.
Yeah, Hunger Games.
All right,
when they're out in the woods and Katniss like gets the little umbrella that falls down that has the whatever she needs, food or water.
Yeah.
That's
Like
kinda,
that.
That's kind of what that was like. You know?
And I think they call them sponsors, but I guess either way, it's spectators supporting the effort on the court. We'll see how much that body armor impacts the results. I guess it'd be impossible to quantify.
You know what body armor makes me think of, and this is super obscure, and it's because it's late. Remember that commercial of Andrew Luck and Mike Trout did for body armor where they parodied Saturday Night Fever?
No, but I
was
think I'm the
incredible.
problem in that
You should
situation.
find it. It's pretty good. End of the second half. Ooh, rattles in and out. Davion Bailey. I thought that was going to find the hole. 31-25 your score at the break. We'll be back in just a few moments. Another good one here at the City League Nightcap. It's Noah Bedoris and Andrew Garrison. Second half action here. Don't mind us just talking about how much we love Jack Rizzo, the heartbeat of Indiana University sports media. 31-25 your score, 20 more minutes to play. Indianapolis Recorder leading as the music's still blasting here as Greg Foster trying to start the second half scoring for his team. Gets his pocket picked, and they're going to call a foul.
Indianapolis Recorder was ready. Saunders Jr. already on the baseline sprinting.
Yeah.
It's a good sign that they're ready to get ready and get going, even though it's 9:57 p.m. here in Indianapolis. Here at the start of the second half. And the other nice thing about this game, in terms of ending it at a decent time, is the fact that Saunders Jr. and this Indianapolis Recorder team are rolling, so the inland ending maybe won't take a great deal of time.
Yeah. Davion Bailey with a nice hard ball take. Other end now, Noah Harris laying it in. A nice, clean, concise approach, and Harris gets a steal on the other end of the court. Going the other way now is Britton Watts. He's got a wide-open floater. Can't hit the easiest shot.
Sometimes that's how it is at the City League or anywhere when you're playing basketball. I know for me, I never hit the easier shots.
Foster, a very deep three. You bet.
That is a game-changing possession, and that is a game-changing moment because Foster is, again, capable of taking over any game here at the City League, and this is exactly one of them, with neither team playing too great.
33-30 feels a whole lot closer than 33-27. Britton Watts with it. Guarded heavily by Bailey. Dishes it over to Harris. Harris can't hit it. Foster taking it the other way now. Kind of does this weird gallop, throws it up, draws the foul. Sometimes it's just a safe bet to sell it.
And again, Foster will see some shots fall through the net.
He has a very emphatic dribble before he puts up his free throw.
Setting the tone.
I haven't watched enough Greg Foster highlights, but I wonder if that's a...
I really, really, really recommend it. I really, really do.
I'm just curious if that's a consistent approach in his free throws.
Let's find out.
You think he posts free throw highlights?
You could probably find him. Great college player, great professional player. Lots of different places to find some Greg Foster
I could
highlights.
find some old Venezuelan basketball highlights somewhere. I was watching some Venezuelan baseball the other night. That's always a good time. Saunders. Whoa, deep three from Mike Saunders. Extending this lead.
Now they're both rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it is a you-know-what contest here. Both teams just letting it fly from behind the arc. Other end of the court now, Shiloh Jackson. Can't hit the first layup, gets his own rebound, and then draws the foul.
So I was correct. Greg Foster was in a one-on-one event last night. It's called The Next Chapter. It says in the Instagram bio, it's the #1 platform for pay-per-view basketball. And I do really like the way they promoted it because they hyped it up with the walkouts and all of that as if it was a UFC event.
That's
and it
pretty
seems
cool.
like they treat one-on-one basketball like UFC,
Yeah.
which I love because I love the spectacle of UFC. And then, to be honest with you, the second I see the fighters start to get hurt, it makes me uncomfortable and I turn it off.
That's so you.
And basketball is a lot different. Obviously, it's a lot more. I guess I don't want to talk down about MMA at all, but it's a great event, I imagine, and I imagine I would pay money for it if Greg Foster was playing.
Saunders' jumper is pure. I personally would not pay to watch one-on-one basketball.
But maybe that's the next big thing. Maybe you're a late adapter.
I mean, that's the beauty of sports media right now is that so many things are just becoming big.
I'm an early adapter.
You are. Hey,
on this.
When field hockey is huge in a couple of years, you'll be there for it.
It's true.
When college wrestling is the biggest thing in the world in a few weeks, I'll be there.
I hope it is. I'll happily support.
Shiloh Jackson draws another foul. You got to think that with just the pure size advantage that Shiloh Jackson has, he's got to be able to at least just drop a few in, even though he's getting fouled. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we've seen it throughout the season.
We have.
We definitely have. And obviously, I know that you're not saying he hasn't, but nonetheless, I mean, that's a huge addition. He got there late for the first game between Prodigy Sports Network in Pivot League, if I'm not mistaken, in Week 1, but clearly made an impact on that game once he got there.
He goes 2 for 2 from the line. Saunders pushing the tempo here on the other end of the court. He's thinking about it. Steps back. Gets it blocked. Travis Buggs swats it out of the air. Other end now for Davion Bailey. Wing 3 for, as mentioned, Travis Buggs. And a heck of a swing for the man from Warren Central High School. And Greg Foster calling all ball, but referee says foul. It'll send Mike Saunders to the line.
Sometimes at the City League, I wonder if it would be best if there was some level of VAR, a video review, to ensure these calls. I guess it would slow the game down, and our camera doesn't necessarily capture every pixel of every moment, but nonetheless.
You know, kudos to these two teams. Excellent free throw shooting tonight so far.
Totally. And, you know, you and I who love great basketball, it's always nice to see those little things taken care of the right way.
You know, I will say these two teams play an exceptionally higher persona of basketball than I feel like we've seen the rest of the night. Deep three from Foster's no good. They're not necessarily making all their shots, but whoa! Travis Buggs just chucks it over his shoulder as he feels the contact. I don't think he expected to make that, but sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
It's always worth it to try a shot in those situations through contact. A metaphor for life, perhaps.
This is my fourth game. My voice is starting to crack. I don't think that's going on any highlight reels for me.
But it could go on his highlight reel, no doubt.
Saunders dishes it down to Noah Harris, whose jumper is pure. I love to see that. I love a nice mid-range jumper.
It's the best.
The old Pascal Siakam.
They tried to say it was dying, but it's definitely not.
Oh, it's so back. Other end, Bailey no good. Rebound, Recorder. And now Newton trying to go coast to coast. Swings it over to Harris, who tries a three. Front rim, can't get it. What does Greg Foster have in his bag right now? Guarded by Newton. Sends it down low to Tyler Bibbs. Back out to Foster. Foster unloads a deep three. Bottoms. Saunders looking for the answer. 47-42. He steps back. Mid-range jumper. Ahead of the free throw line. Can't get it. Going coast to coast now. Foster into the corner now. Bailey can't hit it. Foster gets the rebound. Sends it other side of the post for Tyler Bibbs. It's a 49-42 ball game. Timeout called.
A good timeout there. It'll be 2:13 left in the third quarter when we return, or when the players return to the court, rather. Back and forth we go, and once again, we're setting up for a Grady Lamending.
Oh, buddy, I hope so. This has been a very fun game, but honestly, it's been a game that has involved very few moving parts. I mean, you look at Prodigy, obviously Foster, obviously Bailey has been heavily involved. Bibbs, we've seen some action from. Buggs, we've seen a little bit of action from. A little bit of Sean Daniels, but really for the most part, it's been almost entirely Greg Foster and Davion Bailey. I mean, we don't have live stats, but I'd be interested to see how the scoring distribution is right now. And then the other end of the court, Saunders is really running the offense. We're seeing Britton Watts get some opportunities. We really have not seen a whole lot of Ethan Britton Watts here in the second half.
Well, Foster and Bailey are the two stars, especially without Xavier Turner on the floor or in the building here tonight. One of the best guards, maybe the best guard, in my opinion, the best guard at the City League.
Shiloh Jackson, I also did not mention for
Great point. Great point. Provide some depth down low.
Yeah.
Or some stardom down low.
And right on cue, Britton Watts with it, running the point. He moves right, dusts three opponents, and lays it in. That's a grown man bucket right there. Foster heavily guarded, shakes off some defenders. Showing us what's in his bag. Chucks it over his shoulder and gets the nice bounce off the backboard. That'll fall for two more. Couple of excellent layup packages on display here. Britton Watts steps back. Deep three. Got it. Both these teams coming out of the timeout absolutely firing as Shiloh Jackson with an emphatic dunk. Defense be darned here with 1:15 to play in this third quarter. It's Britton Watts once again. Dishes it to Mike Saunders. Saunders, fade away, Jay can't get it. Bibbs with it. No look pass into the corner. Travis Buggs just too strong. Rebound Chase Newton. Newton trying to go coast to coast. Faced some heavy defense from Greg Foster, and he can't get the friendly bounce. Other end now. Davion Bailey. Nothing. Lob down low, Chase Newton dishes it back to Dwayne Robinson, who lays it in with the left hand. 30 seconds to play in this third quarter. It's been some high offense here coming out of that timeout. Foster misses on the three ball as that pass sails it into the scores table. Time still ticking, 15 seconds to play. Recorder will hold for the last shot. Inbound goes to Watts, back to Saunders. He uncorks one and nails it from about 1,000,000 feet out. And that's how the third quarter ends. 53-52 your score. We got a good one brewing here.
Absolutely.
6+ more minutes to play. It's a 1-point game.
You're absolutely right. And again, it's a possession basketball game. It's still even in possessions. A 0 possession difference, and that is going to make for a great Elam ending if that remains the case up until that point.
One more pivotal quarter to play here. It's the final game of this Thursday night action here from the City League. Prodigy Sports Network leading just by a lone point as the final 10 minutes begins to tick here. Recorder starts with the ball. Saunders with it. Top of the key. From the volleyball line. Bottoms from Mike Saunders.
There's Mike Saunders Jr. and that star power in the backcourt that we have grown accustomed to seeing from him. This entire backcourt, as you're seeing with the Indianapolis quarter, is just fantastic.
Bailey shakes off Britton Watts. Does a little bit of an MJ shrug as the home fans marvel at some beautiful mid-range work. As at the other end, Mike Saunders draws a foul. He'll go to the line.
And you're an example of one who appreciates some great mid-range work, no doubt.
I love a mid-range jumper. It's a high percentage shot, Andrew. People should appreciate it more. First free throw from Saunders. Doinks off the front rim. An opportunity here to go 50% from the line. Can't get it. 0 for 2 goes Mike Saunders. Not what you want here in a tie ball game. And at the other end of the court, Shiloh Jackson was having his jersey tugged by Ethan Britton Watts. We'll put him at the sideline.
Yeah, EBW. Certainly good with awareness and good with not necessarily bending the rules, but you just using the rules to his full advantage. Using his ability to communicate with officials to his full advantage without going overboard, right? Without drawing a technical, anything like that.
Oh, he got
That
technical.
wasn't unsafe at all. But
They
using
gave
his
they gave him a technical.
oh, they did.
Yeah,
okay.
he's shooting a free throw by himself right now.
That's exactly right. I was looking at you trying to make eye contact and I made the wrong call. But I was referring to just in communication with officials. I don't think I've ever seen him really go over the top and blow up on an official, even if he disagrees with a call. Obviously, in that situation, it's a technical, not because it's unsafe, but just because it really just goes against the purpose of defense in this
Technical
game.
free throw is good. It'll remain Prodigy basketball. 7:30 to play. And, of course, 3:30 before we reach the all-important 4-minute mark. Down low, fading away. No good from Tyler Bibbs. Pushing at the other end is Mike Saunders. He's got that swatted out of the air by Tyler Bibbs. The two crash into some chairs under the hoop. It'll stay here for a recorder. Inbound goes to EBW, who has it poked away and out of bounds.
Yeah, the addition of Bailey in the middle of the year is huge for Prodigy because, again, they had Aaron Henry and Gary McGee on this roster, and then both called out for good reason. Aaron Henry, some injury issues potentially, and wanted to preserve himself for his career overseas, and Gary McGee is now on the coaching staff of the Minnesota Timberwolves Summer League team. But
Harris with a lethal spin move. Sorry, continue.
Well, yeah, to add Davion Bailey in the middle of the season was a great GM move by Greg Foster to make sure this team still had enough talent to really refill what they lost in Henry and McGee, and it's a championship contender in part because of that decision.
A big-time tip-in from Bibbs makes it 58-57. Britton Watts guarded by Bailey. He moves left, steps back, pulls up from mid-range and gets it. Man, this second half, they've been playing like pros tonight. Saunders recovers the loose ball. Other end of the court now for Dwayne Robinson, who buries a corner three. It's a 4-point ball game, which in this game feels like 40.
In any game with an Elam ending, feels like 40. 2 possessions is enough to drastically shift the statistical probability of a losing team flipping the result in the Elam ending.
Foster tries to flip it to his teammate Bibbs. Can't come up with it. It's a turnover. Recorder with it now. Britton Watts unloads and buries another three. It's a 7-point ball game with 5.5 to play here. Recorder trying to take control, but not if Davion Bailey has anything to say about it. He goes to the other end and sinks a wing three. And after all that excitement, Mike Saunders slowing things down. 1 minute to play before the 4-minute threshold. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Saunders dishes to Robinson. Robinson has his shot blocked. Going the other way now is Bailey. Coming off a nice three. Davion Bailey going to work, trying to get into the post. Guarded by Britton Watts. Has it poked away by EBW. 16 seconds on the shot clock.
You see Xavier Turner loft the ball. He's in street clothes tonight, but loft the ball from the bench. Prodigy Sports Network. Impressive.
Yeah. Inbound goes to Bailey. He'll try another three. Yes! Davion Bailey putting on a show. 4:15 to play. These teams do not quit. And this is exactly what you wanted out of your prime time slot. 65-64. Going the other end. Count it. And one. Mike Saunders will go to the line.
And we're creeping ever closer to that Elam ending portion of this contest. The next dead ball will be what does it.
Yeah, it's going to be a real good finish. My voice is wearing out tonight.
You still have a few more big-time
I know.
shots guaranteed with the Elam ending.
This is a good game to lose it over. Can't hit the free throw. That's been the issue all night for Mike Saunders. And the crowd complaining about the scoreboard, and the clock is not ticking. We one more dead ball, and we'll sort this all out.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the clock because, as you said,
Yeah.
the next dead ball is the Elam ending.
Bibbs feeds it down low to Shiloh Jackson, who slams it down once again.
And I can't say I'm confident that
Yeah, it'll be some
we'll see if all is right with the score.
It'll be some lengthy discussions here next dead ball. Step back and another beautiful mid-range from Noah Harris, the IU Kokomo product. Buries it from basketball's best spot. At the other end now, Davion Bailey going to work over Saunders. Steps back, a three, you bet! Davion Bailey is out of his mind. Timeout called, we'll sort things out on the scoreboard. Davion Bailey has gone insane.
And more controversy because Mike Saunders Jr. screamed and clamored for a push-off call that time from Bailey as Saunders went careening towards the basket while Bailey stepped back for that triple. Obviously, you can't go back and change that one, but maybe they'll have to go back and change the score. 71-69 for the moment. We'll see if that remains the case.
Yeah. We're looking at an 80-point threshold. I don't know, how do you go back and review? Do you ask the scores table?
This is correct. I was hesitant to say it because I didn't want to be wrong myself, but 69-69 is correct. Because they added 2 points to the wrong team, right?
Okay.
And then they added 2 points to the right team, but didn't take away 2 points from the wrong team. So I'm glad that this works out, and it's perfect because now 69-69.
It's a 0-0 ball
Exactly.
game.
It's the race to 9. It's 3 triples.
And what else would you want from what might be the best game of the night?
And I'm glad that it's the last one.
At least the best half of the night. The first half was a little slow. Teams are figuring themselves out. This second half has been unbelievable basketball from both teams.
And now it's, among other things, Greg Foster versus Mike Saunders Jr.
It's Davion Bailey versus everybody right now.
Sure. But I mean, those two players are historically the two that are capable of reversing a result in the Elam ending. And we'll see if they can turn it up here. But you're right, Davion Bailey, the addition of him has been huge for Prodigy Sports Network this season. And, how about Indianapolis a quarter even just being tied in the Elam with only 5 players? That's super impressive. And again, it was not unrealistic to rule them out of championship contention after the bad loss to Prudential in week 1. But they turned it around, and they have every excuse to lose this game. It's late. There's only 5 of them. It's against Greg Foster and Davion Bailey. It's a tie game, and they could win it.
It's a race to 9. Who will throw the first punch? Ethan Britton Watts with it. Top of the key. Double team. Pulls up. And one! Ethan Britton Watts with a disgusting fadeaway J. They're going to count it and give him the free throw. Takes a lot of confidence to shoot that ball over 2 opponents.
And I'm just a huge fan of him. Again, Mike Saunders Jr., and I'm a part of the problem here, but Mike Saunders Jr. takes a lot of the attention for this team, right? He's definitely the front headlining man, but EBW is just spectacular, and there's plenty more players. Jackson Gowdy's an example of someone on this Indianapolis quarter roster that I like a lot in the front court.
Can't get the free throw there, and a collective groan comes from the recorder side of the bleachers. How can Prodigy respond? Jackson down low. Triple team comes. Back out to Foster. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Foster can't get it. And they're going to call a foul on the floor on the rebound. Tyler Bibbs drew the foul. And some more groans coming from the recorder side.
Yeah, those are moments that you can't let go because, again, this Indianapolis quarter team could have a winning record with 2 quality wins to its name.
They'll try Jackson again. He dishes it. Another pass goes to Bailey. Bailey directing traffic. Guarded by EBW. Bailey, why not? Why not? Davion Bailey shooting the lights out of the fitness zone. (72-71) your score. 78 is your goal. Saunders going the other way, has his pocket picked. Foster gets the steal, going the other way. Davion Bailey again! Davion Bailey is not human. They are a 3-pointer away from sealing this. And if I'm a betting man, that 3-pointer is going to come from Davion Bailey.
I think the odds are in your favor on that one. And again, Greg Foster on the court, awesome. Greg Foster off the court and managing this roster, constructing this roster, awesome. Davion Bailey on the court as a result of that roster construction, awesome. And could be what lifts Prodigy to a close win. Again, in the Elam ending, it's a battle of possessions, and sometimes it's just so razor thin that it feels almost criminal that someone has to lose each game, considering that there's only 4 games for each team on each side in each pool. And the fact that someone has to lose this one, just you feel so terrible for whoever comes away with the loss. It's probably going to be Indianapolis Recorder statistically. Prodigy Sports Network is 1 bucket away. But Indianapolis Recorder
and they have a guy
is
right
great.
now who can't miss.
Exactly. And, I mean, definitely more talented and has a greater resume than anyone on the Indianapolis Recorder side. Maybe besides Mike Saunders Jr. He definitely has a chance to contend with Foster and Bailey in that category. But across the board, you're right. I mean, I think the 3 best players on the floor, without question, are Saunders, Foster, and Bailey.
Yeah.
And Prodigy has 2 of them. And sometimes that's all it takes. And in this case, Bailey is all it takes in this contest.
It's winning time here at the City League. Saunders with it, top of the key. What's the answer for the Recorder? Saunders, mid-range jumper's good. 2-point ball game. Bailey with it. He's trying to go from one end to the other. He lays it in for 2 more. Prodigy Sports 1 point away. What can Recorder do to trim down this lead? It's a 6-point ball game. Mike Saunders with it. At center court, he gets it back. And they're going to call a blocking foul on Tyler Bibbs. I don't know about that one.
A close call down the stretch, and he's still down.
Yeah, I think he's
He
just
looks
a
to
little
be all right, but
He's good. He's just a little shaken up.
A hard fall either way.
He got hit hard there.
I would not be up that quick. Granted, I probably wouldn't even have taken the charge or what he thought would be a charge anyway. Yeah. I don't think I've ever done it. Have you?
Oh, yeah, I was decent at it.
I actually could see that. Rec basketball
Yeah.
here in central Indiana.
I played a little IYBL back in middle school, if you're familiar. Indiana Youth Basketball League. It was out of at a Pacers Athletic Center. Or
You've told me about. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. So much so.
What's the one up in Finch Creek? Yeah, Finch Creek played there too.
The Pacers Athletic Center, I'm familiar with.
Yeah, that's a good time.
My brother had a rec team that played there, and it didn't go super well because I imagine that those teams are a little bit more.
I mean, yeah.
But there were more teams that entered into those tournaments and just were decimated.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were the only ones, but I enjoyed being there. A lot of great basketball around.
Oh yeah. 77-73 your score. Mike Saunders shooting some free throws here, trying to will his team to a late night victory. Finally, Mike Saunders nails some free throws, and that's going to be a big point of concern if the Recorder can't win this game, as Mike Saunders is missing 3 free throws down the stretch.
But he's done, I mean, him and Britton Watts have done mostly everything else in the scoring department for this team so far.
I mean, if he made those free throws earlier, this game would be over right now. 1 bucket is all Prodigy needs. A 2, a 3, or a free. Who else but Davion Bailey with the ball? Will he call game? Steps back. Ball game! Davion Bailey. I have no words. This place is shocked at the performance that Davion Bailey has put on tonight. That 5 threes in the last quarter.
How many in the Elam ending? 3.
3.
3, and then the 2, the coast to coast. So he had 8 points in the Elam ending.
Check your pulse right now. Davion Bailey with the game of the City League.
No doubt.
Where were you, Andrew Garrison, when Davion Bailey shot the lights out at 10:26 on a Thursday? My goodness.
Right there in person. I don't know if I forget that one day. I can't count to the day at the moment. Davion Bailey, fantastic.
Some incredible things live, and I'm saying this with some this is genuine shock. That was incredible basketball from Davion Bailey.
And this team will play again. They'll play again in the postseason, August 1 and 2. You should be here. We should all be here.
I love basketball.
And maybe August 5 for the championship night.
I love basketball so much. Davion Bailey, have a night.
You got to love the City League, too, no doubt. That was fantastic.
This was I was tired coming into this game in that first quarter. Real slow basketball. I'm not going to bed.
Who needs caffeine?
I'm not going to bed.
And again, I mean, this is just, I mean, to make this an advertisement for the postseason, August 1 and 2, every team makes the postseason. Every team will play multiple games in one day if they advance. Single elimination all the way through. A grueling weekend. And then August 5th, the championship night on the men's and women's divisions. That is just going to be a fantastic swing. And Prodigy Sports Network, I mean, that's a 3-1 team that, you know, borderline could be undefeated if they were at full strength.
I try to get his attention. Davion Bailey's shaking too many hands and kissing too many babies. He's taking some pictures. I would love to get him on.